Everything's starting to work. Let's make sure it's all working. Everything's starting to work. 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 Audio stuff. It's weird. Ah! Okay. See you when you get back. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Making sure everything is good there. Audio is really weird. See here, is this doubled? Properties. 6 or 7 X, yeah, that's good. Goodness. Let's see. Oh, that's what it is, because of the audio in here, so I can hear it. That's why. Alright. It's recording my desktop audio at the same time as doing that. That's fucked. Okay. So let's not worry about that for now. I will keep that muted. That's because it needs to be for the moment. I got 2 viewers. Hello, peoples. Who's the ones to be joining me in this wonderful pre-stream? Put this away. Get my mobile dashboard up so I can actually look at things while things are going on. Right now I'm actually just looking at everything stream management wise on the desktop, so I guess the manager will be there for when I actually get everything rolling for Skyrim. So let me see who is online. Bye dear, I'll see you in a bit.
Love you.
Love you too. Alright. Let's get myself in general chat. There we go. Also gotta see if people are alive, because I got some people joining me today. As far as what is on today's schedule, we have the continuing adventures of Rijan the Bold on Skyrim, Skyrim Special Edition modded. Alec's going to be joining us again, and I think we're going to have Gwen, and maybe, depending on how long the stream is, Josh. But we'll see how that works out. As it was later tonight, I'm excited. Picked up a bunch of copies because it was on sale on Steam. I Divine Cybermancy, which is a really weird French-made game by the same people who made Space Hulk. Which one was it? Space Hulk Deathwing, I think it is. But anyways, it's a game that they made based off their own like homebrew RPG, and it's really weird, and it can have multiplayer up to like 32 people because it's made in Source Engine. So I'm excited about trying that, as well as just making people like really tortured by it because it's just a weird fucking game. So I'm looking really forward to that. It's also like sort of pseudo an exploration and like writing and whatnot, because I actually haven't done a whole lot of like pre-stream talking before, and I don't think a lot of people like tune in to begin with, but I guess as like a fair introduction just to sort of get into that practice because I don't do that a whole lot. Hello, my name is CJ or Scorchus12 on here. I sort of like to do what is called just a distracted pile of gaming, which is essentially just gaming and doing and playing games that I want, as well as just kind of having fun doing it. And one of the things that I do is I run a D&D game, 5th edition, homebrew, and I do a lot of writing and development for that, as far as for myself, for like both story purposes and learning how to do better writing and be a better writer. And I Divine Cybermancy is sort of an exploration in being able to be a better writer, but also be conscious of research and taking themes from other cultures and applying that to what I'm designing and what I'm writing. So, like, a really good YouTuber to look up is Mandalore Gaming. He has a video on I Divine Cybermancy. I rewatched it last night just because it's a really good video, but it also is a really good preview as to like what I'm going to get myself into when playing the game. So it should be fun. But anyways, I'm trying to like get into more writing practice, and it's really hard to do that. Like, you'd think being stuck in the middle of the plague that would be possible to just like hash out a bunch of like content, but like really it isn't. Like, doing the streaming thing for myself is like really the most amount of like work I've done when it comes to like a hobby, mostly just because I found easy ways of like doing it and slightly cutting corners. Like, obviously, like with the new overlay and like the background that I have here, they're all like free use and like not copyright, but the whole process is just very simple, and I can talk and I could sound stupid, it'll be fine. But with writing, it's a lot more difficult for me because, like, much like most like millennial kids and like and whatnot, I grew up with the expectation of being academically excellent, as well as like kind of maintaining that, and then eventually the system changing and cheating me out of that like false sense of security and confidence in myself when it came to academics. So a lot of the things that I went through with that are like sort of are crutches now. Like, I don't really do as much writing or reading as I used to, and I suffer for that because in order to become a better writer, you have to become a good reader and read a lot. I'm a big fan of Tolkien, big fan of George R.R. Martin. Granted, some of the things that he says is kind of controversial, but it's like his writing isn't bad, and I enjoy the sort of world building, the realism that he adds to his world. Whereas conversely, Tolkien, he creates a mythology around language, and I like that he has a focus on something that's real and tangible. And I want something of that level for my homebrew. As well as, like, with what we're playing today, I enjoy the hell out of the Elder Scrolls and its lore, and it's great. It's great content, it's great mythology, and it's just a really good commentary on what gaming is, especially for RPG games, because of things like things that break the fourth wall, and like the different the lessons of Vivek and how that ties to like Chim and going beyond what is considered divine in the end. It's really cool. It's really interesting commentary, and I like how it sort of rolls back around to the player. And that's the sort of thing I want in a tabletop game a little bit. Not so much like I suddenly just have 1,000 fucking rolls of cheeses, and I have like every single Daedric artifact, and I'm like friends with every single fucking guild because I lead them. I want it to be more like I want to show that there's tangible like consequence when it comes to like adventuring and like decision making and what that means for the world. Like, if you don't do something, what does that entail? Like, you make a promise and you don't keep it, what does that mean to somebody? And like, I could write a book about that, and like, it seems easy in the abstract, but it's not. It's not really like very difficult, but it's also just not fun to me. I want to do something that's a grand narrative. And I'm 10 minutes in and I feel like I'm sounding boring. Anyways, like, doing this Let's Play of Rajan the Bold, I want to sort of do that role play aspect of gameplay as well as sort of explore like the sort of accepting choices and then like sort of shirking other responsibilities as the character and seeing how that affects the world. Granted, Skyrim isn't like the best example because it barely has any consequence whatsoever, but I still would like to explore that concept of like, okay, what's this character motivated by? What does he want to do? And how exactly do we go about that? So, I'm looking at the time. About 10 minutes until I really want to start properly streaming. This pre-stream might go a little bit longer than planned, but that's perfectly fine. I want to make sure everyone is here that wants to be here. So, let's see. I'm going to put forth another shout out to let everyone know that I'm on, because I want to make sure that I get some people that are available to be on and join us in this lovely little pre-stream. And let's see. Alright, let's go here. Alright. Let's see. Thinking. Since there isn't really anyone watching, as far as, or interacting, I should say. Because there's at least one viewer, but I can't tell if that's because I'm looking at things or if there's someone actually generally watching or I'm just muted. That's fine. Let's see. Oh, so I guess to get back on the topic of D&D, I've been working on trying to get everything updated for my lore because I've realized that writing things 4 years ago means I'm a shit writer then, and I'm a little bit of a better writer now, especially when it comes to like analyzing certain themes that I want to explore, as well as attaching certain concepts to things and making sure that it's consistent, as well as like it expresses exactly what I want it to. So I started last night, as far as in the visual medium, I'm starting to update the maps, and I use Incarnate for that, and I got a pro subscription. I am very fucking impatient when it comes to designing these things, because I'm not very much an artist. I'm more, at least in the way of drawing, I'm more conceptual, and I can't fucking draw out the concepts in my head. You could create an entire movie in your head and not be able to storyboard it, because like you just don't have the confidence in being able to go into that, which is perfectly fine. Not everyone is meant to be a storyboard artist or like even put forth that sort of effort, but like it's frustrating because I'd like to do those things, and it'd be something that I'd like get a lot of creative juices out of the way. Anyways, I started taking the time and getting like the map redesigned, as far as like in the part of the world that the players are in presently at the table before we get restart going. And I realized that like sort of the placement of everything needs to make sense, as well as like making sure that it's sort of mildly scientifically sound, because this is a fantasy world, fuck it, but I want to put in a little bit of realism into it, just because a little bit goes a long way when it comes to expressing narrative as well as showing that this is a real living world and that anything you do does affect it in some way, shape, or form. And I sort of like designing maps in that way, in that form and function. Like senior year of high school, I was taking a environmental class, and the one thing I did a lot of research in my free time out after school was doing a lot of things and like, okay, what sort of planet size do I need? All right, I need a very large planet. How do I want to make this quirky? Let's make it fantasy. The planet itself, it has a similar rotation to ours, but it has like 2 years worth of time in a single year. So it takes 2 years for it to go a full revolution around the sun. What else? How do I justify the existence of things like adamantine and mithril? The planet is a little bit more dense because of its size. That kind of explains a little bit of the existence for things like dwarves and whatnot, but how do I make it a little bit more quirky? Elves aren't native to the planet. Cool. It's sort of Witcher-esque, but it's not because they're expanding their empire. It's because they are a people in diaspora. Cool. Let's keep it like that. It's another thing. It's a story. The story of everything, like the mythology and the history in itself, has a lot of gaps. Cool. Let's go with that. Why does it have gaps? It's because history is lost and it becomes disambiguated and we lose sources. I think a really cool example that I found a while ago was I watch Ep.2 on YouTube. He's a really good content creator. He's based out of Louisiana. He's great. Does a lot of stuff with like historical accuracy films. The Civil War, mostly famous because of his show Checkmate Lincolnites. I love that that piece of content he creates. Anywho, where's it going with this? He has this fuck, what was I thinking? Damn it. I was talking about Ep.2. I was talking about map making. Oh yeah, he has this video about historical record, and he told this anecdote about his teacher in his middle school. This teacher just sort of like straight talked everything, and he wasn't very interesting sounding. He didn't sound engaging to a lot of students. So he created this really good physical model for what it means to find historical documentation and like what it means to live in a period of time. So you had everyone in the class write on a piece of paper of like what it means to be a kid in like 2004. Kind of puts Ep.2's age kind of on the market, but whatever. So he has this pile of like 40 pages or something, 30, 40 pages, and he's like, okay, splits it in half. This half survived this cataclysm, but this half got burned up. He throws away the other pile. He then splits that pile in half that he has left over. Goes, all of this is considered heresy during a certain period of time. This is considered canon. This gets thrown away. He throws that pile. He has the remaining pile. Then he splits that in half and goes, this gets buried in rubble and is considered mythology. When it's found, this is considered truth. And then throws that away. He does this until he gets down to one piece of paper left. And goes, this is what is considered in a later date to be historical fact as to what it means to live in 2003, 2004. And I took that to heart because, like, in writing, when you think about it, like, why would there be any sort of, like, people that exists, even if they're long-lived, that believes everything that the previous, like, culture or civilization said? And whether or not what they said is what they meant, and whether or not they consider it to be myth. So, like, I like this idea of creating a story canon that the characters would understand, but also creating a dungeon master canon, which is the world and the history that you understand and you've created. And putting this sort of impetus into wanting the players to research things and to like find these different pieces of history and these pieces of note. And like it's hard to sort of be that kind of creator and that kind of writer when D&D is sort of considered to be this game that is like free to play kind of. It's a free roaming thing. It's sort of done through means of improv. It's done through a lot of like extensive dungeon design and a lot of extensive like story driven content. But I also want to express that the world itself is not as it seems, and the world in and of itself has never been the way it has been ever in this very instance that you're existing in. It's always new, it's always different every single time there's a change that happens. And it's hard to express that, and it's hard to sort of get that point across a little bit every once in a while. It's a strange fallacy, whether it be like a logical fallacy or a just like a creative fallacy on my part, because like I feel like it could be seen as partially lazy, as to like not write everything immediately and give myself more time and space to be able to create stuff. But to me, it seems like a really good creative way, because if a player comes up with a really cool concept, I can talk to that player and be like, hey, I was creating something like this. Do you mind if we worked on this together, and this would be our project for this? Because like I don't really want to publish anything. Hell, I'm not going to end up like Matthew Mercer and how his Exandria setting got tied to the world's greatest fucking role-playing game, Dungeons and Dragons and the Wizards of the Coast, being like, hey, you want to add this to our canon so that way you can actually like start writing for us because you're a really good storyteller. I don't think I'll ever get to that level, but I'd like to have the drive. I'd love to have the ability to get to that degree and to that point of creating content. Because like hell, the plague has caused me to like get into streaming, and like this is the first time I've done something this extensive, and I'm excited. And granted, I don't know if this will grow any further than it already has. Mostly like friends and family that have like followed me and whatnot, which is great. But like I don't know if this will ever get to a point to where like it's something I want to pursue or continue pursuing. Nor do I know if it's going to be like viable in the long run, just because everything is sort of in a mess right now. But like despite that, I want to know like what a lot of other people think about these things that I've said. It's kind of hard to get that when you don't have a lot of people that pay attention, which I guess is fine. At the end of the day, like if anyone ever sees this, or like if no one ever sees this, it's like of no consequence, because this is a microcosm in and of itself of a period of time in someone's life that like is very strange, and everything is very different for everyone at different points in their life. And that's just sort of the universe. You know, whatever. Alright. Instead of talking myself and trying to like demotivate myself, let's get some fire underneath people's asses when it comes to hopping in on this and getting ready. Let's make sure Gwen is up and ready to go, or like maybe. There we go. Let's see. I don't think there's anyone else I'd be interested in joining today in this conversation. This is really difficult. It's a very new thing. I'm doing this mostly on my vacation, and like I'd love to be able to do this more consistently. I just don't know if it's like I said before, viable. I'd love to have a group of people. I'd love to have a podcast, but the hard thing is that you put so much work and so much time into like breaking something down and editing it that like it's like diminishing returns, because like not a lot of people will catch on, and like we're in a market where it's flooded with all these different things when it comes to things like stop that. It comes with diminishing returns in regards to developing content, developing things that people want to be entertained by, and things that people want to want to listen to. Like a really cool, like I watch Joe Rogan, but like mostly just because like he's accepting of other people's opinions and that he's capable of like interviewing somebody, but it doesn't feel like a very like surgical interview. It feels more like a conversation. That's what podcasts are meant to be. It's like these conversations with people, like getting different perspectives and sort of understanding things in a very like different light. And that's what I enjoy about podcasts to begin with. But you also get a lot of these podcasts that are very like fueled like one side or another, whether it's like politics or like classist or like problems, sort of very NPR-esque. And it's like not like, I don't think podcasts meant to be like that as a creative medium. I think it's meant to be more casual conversation about things. And sometimes you strike gold. Sometimes you get Elon Musk smoking pot. It's whatever. So I saw somebody just responded to my messages. Let's see what's going on. I need help. Alright, let's see here. So, Alec will be joining us very shortly. They just got home from work. Congratulations, Alec, for getting your job. Let's see here. Oh no, did I just get more viewers? Oh no! 3 viewers, fucking 3 people witnessing my embarrassing tirade if they're watching delayed. Fuck. Alright. I wish there was a separate app that they had on the phone for Twitch to like just manage the chat and whatnot and look at things while I'm playing the game. Although I do need to get a second monitor. But I need to get like things to face this way because I have a microphone here. It's a very big microphone set because I decided to make an isolated environment for it. Okay, down boy. There we go. Let's see here. Get that back up. I need to see that in the camera frame. There we go. It's in a good spot. Way to go. It's really weird to watch myself delayed. This is awkward as fuck. Let's turn that off. Let's see. There we go. Now I got my chat room all set up on my stream manager. That's back up and running there. Sit phone. Sit comfortably on your charger. Unsafely on the cable. There we go. That's all good there. Alright, let's see. Let's go look at Steam for a little bit. Let's do some shopping. Oh, yeah. So beyond I Divine Cybermancy, I also picked up Fable Anniversary. I'm excited. I want to play the hell out of this game. I would love just to do a straight playthrough of it with no sleeping and no eating and no drinking. I lied. I need to eat and drink and like also use the restroom. But like I love the game Fable so much. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's where like a lot of my like early inspirations for like wanting to be a writer and like be a storyteller came from, because it's a very interesting game about choice. Unfortunately, Lionsgate Studios and Peter Molyneux in particular did a lot of promises for that game and that game series in particular that like just didn't really make up for like the level of storytelling and the level of content that they wanted to produce for that game. But I love Fable: The Lost Chapters regardless of its faults. I like the Fable game series despite its faults. The fucking Kinect games don't count though. Like those are unforgivable. Oh no, I'm back down to 1 viewer. I scared them away, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do Skyrim stuff on some pre-stream because I'm waiting for people to join. Damn it. Anyway, I'm going to continue talking about Fable for a little bit while I'm getting everything set up. So, Fable Anniversary came out on 360 a while ago. Like, fuck, I think it was like 5-6 years ago when they came out. It was before the lifeline of the Xbox 360 like finally ended. Anywho, I wanted to get the game. I wanted to get Fable Lost Chapters because I own 2 disc copies. I can see them in my cabinet for the Xbox, like Xbox Best Hits collection, the silver cases, and I played them on my 360. But the 360's emulated for Xbox classic games is horrendously like an abysmal representation of what that fucking hardware was, and it's just famously just bad. Like I just watched a 7 to 8 hour video series on Morrowind, and the YouTuber Patrician Tier, I think is his name, but it was just called Patrician Tier Morrowind, and the he played a majority of like Morrowind vanilla, like on the Xbox 360 with the emulated instance of the Xbox Classic on there for Morrowind, because the Xbox copy of Morrowind's like the most unstable version. He wanted to be like, you can play Morrowind without modding the shit out of it on PC and kind of changing what it means on like the worst version of it and still enjoy the game. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's an interesting concept. I wish I could do that for Fable Lost Chapters, because the fucking game keeps breaking and it has really bad save breaking instances. So I'm hoping that Fable Anniversary is a little bit better with it being stable on the PC, being on a Windows run machine. But like, I don't know. But I know a friend of mine who's might be joining us later on the stream when I actually start playing, which I should start playing soon. It's kind of bad if I'm not in it right now. That's okay. He wants to start streaming it because like he got it, he picked it up yesterday. I picked it up yesterday just because I'm like, I fucking want to play this game again. Shit. So I might do like a solo stream of it, but I want to like join him on his stream so that way I can talk about like my experiences with the game as well as like see what sort of experiences he's had with it, and I hope it's going to be good. I hope it's going to be a great time and great content. Anywho, let's go. Let's back up. I have to do all my preloading stuff for Skyrim because I modded the fuck out of Skyrim Special Edition, so I have to use loot to make sure everything for the load list is working. Because this game is, at this point in time, like very close to breaking because of me modding the hell out of it and adding a lot of stuff. I need to work through some things because I want to add more dungeons and more things to give more content weight to the game, but it is what it is. You know, I guess since I don't really have that many people on right now, there's not a lot of people who are watching. I'm not really worried about getting people to watch today. It's whatever. I'm gonna have fun time doing this regardless, and this will be all on YouTube later. So my embarrassment will be kept on the internet forever, at least until the heat death of the planet Earth because of nuclear holocaust. So I have this really odd opinion about Bethesda games and Bethesda itself. I don't like Todd Howard as a person. He's sort of a mediocre writer, but I like his drive to be able to not put Bethesda back in the place it was before Morrowind came out, where it was on the brink of being a shovelware company. I appreciate the fact that he put a lot of himself and the energy and his time into saving the company through assisting in the production of Morrowind. That being said, the way Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Elder Scrolls Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4 came out, and fucking Fallout 76 came out, is kind of inexcusable to some degree. So, let me find that YouTube video just so that way I can, like, tell people correctly that, like, who the YouTuber is who has the Morrowind video series. He goes into a lot of the, let's see, Morrowind Patrician. Yeah, Patrician TV on YouTube. He has his full quick retrospective analysis. He released the full video compilation of all of his episodes. It's a 7-part series on Morrowind. Like, he started like a year ago doing these videos in multiple parts, and he just released his full almost 8 hour. It's 7 hours 53 minutes long. And I watched the whole damn thing because I'm just that interesting and like enthused about other people's content like that. And he goes into sort of like he analyzes all the quests and all the factions and whatnot, and very specifically there are 2 that Todd Howard wrote, and they're sort of subpar compared to the rest of the quest lines. And sort of to bring it all the way around back, I got Skyrim on the release day in 2011 on 11/11/11. Picked up the game and I played it straight through. My first playthrough, just warrior stuff. I'm a fucking basic. I enjoy fighter. Enjoy playing human fighters in D&D. So fuck all of you. And Skyrim just didn't really hit well with me as like a player and as well as like a writer or like a person who enjoys role playing games. It didn't have a lot of those elements. It was missing a lot of things that I felt were good for like Oblivion. It was like perfect for that system. And watching Patrician's video on Morrowind kind of makes me want to play Morrowind and try it vanilla before I mod it, because I've seen mods for it and it looks like it'd be a great game once it's modded and like a lot of the design issues are fixed. But like those, he made a really good point that like these aren't really design issues and smoothing out the faces. Like you remove the character. It's supposed to be rough. It's supposed to be weird. It's Morrowind. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll play it vanilla, I guess, before I mod it and play it. But anywho, getting to the point around Skyrim before I actually start getting the game set up. Skyrim in and of itself is, as it sits, like an unfinished game. And so I went to Nexus Mods and looked towards the community's worth of mods that have been out for Old Rim and for Special Edition, or things that have been ported from Old Rim to Special Edition to fix it. That fix a lot of the problems. You ultimately can't fix a broken dam, but you can at least do your best to clean up the water and like fix some of the houses that got fucking destroyed in the flood. And so that's sort of what I've done. Like I have things like Great Cities and Towns and Winter Sun, which adds religion to the game and adds like the aspects of like prayer and getting more things, enhancing like the racial abilities you get when you play a specific race, the Standing Stone abilities, adding almost 1,200 spells to the game, and like because like the game lacks magic and it lacks a functional system of like spellcrafting and whatnot. Granted, adding spellcrafting in the game would break the fuck out of it. I might look into it. I may add it at some point in time if I can find it stable. But as it sits right now, all the spells that I've added to the game are perfectly fine and like perfectly viable and usable and balanced. And like I've added things that add character to the game. They adds things to the game that are missing, things that were in Oblivion, but then things are also in both Oblivion and Morrowind. Hell, there's a team of people that are putting Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, which is for a lot of the older fan base like the best Elder Scrolls game. There are people who are bringing it into Skyrim, and like that just kind of shows you that like Skyrim in and of itself is not so much like a sandbox to run around and play in. It's a sandbox that's empty and devoid of sand, so you have to fill it up with your own sand. And that's sort of what I'm doing. Like my modded Let's Play is more or less like, beyond being a podcast conversation and me being able to play this game without like judging it thoroughly and having to edit down some sort of retrospective like review of this as somebody who has never written like a dissertation or an essay on retrospect and like what that means. It allows me to at least express my discontent with how games nowadays are just unfinished, woefully unfinished most of the time. Like I won't get into Cyberpunk 2077. I haven't played it. I don't have a formulated opinion on it yet. There's a lot of people that are like, this game is garbage, or this game is brilliant. All you fuckers pressured them into this, but that's neither here nor there at this point. We're talking about Skyrim. We're talking about Elder Scrolls, so I guess it's about fucking time that I actually get going on this, because otherwise I will not get into playing it until people arrive, and I'd like to get at least rolling a little bit.
Speaking of people arriving.
Oh, it's Alec! Fuck!
Hey!
I wasn't saying anything horrific about you at all, no! Jesus Christ, alright. Now I have to wait for the game to load because it's gonna take 20 years for it to be like, we're almost there, you can put mods in us, sir.
I know, so many too. It's gonna struggle.
I mean, loot loaded perfectly fine. It was just like, your session is now loaded, and it's like, perfect, now run. There we go, now it's running. Hopefully it won't play 2 instances of the game at the same time. It's done that before and is broken. So let's see. Alright, so far it's only one instance of the game.
You're kind of cutting in and out.
Oh, uh-oh. Let's try to load 2 instances of the game up. Fuck!
Is it working?
Okay, now it's loading, now it's working.
Yeah. It should stop it.
Let's see. Let me get over to this Skyrim Special Edition screen. There we go. Ha 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 ha! Now it's good. All right, everybody
Skyrim
that
crashed
was
so
there,
hard
we're
that I
back.
couldn't switch with it.
It crashed. Skyrim crashed
there it is.
everything. It ruined my life. I mocked it too hard, and it decided to punish me. So it's
Yeah.
fine. Alex here now. Alex here. We're okay. How are you? Making sure everything
okay.
is
How
visual
are
on the
you?
stream.
I understood that reference.
Star Wars, everybody. Speaking of things that were soft-boiled and not received well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've got some strong opinions about Rise of Skywalker. I mean, you know me. I'm a little bit of a. I have a controversial kind of like a mixed opinion of the sequels. A little, leaning slightly more positive than most, I would guess. But
yeah,
I don't
we
have
talked
a whole
about
lot of
we
nice
talked
things
about
to
that a
say
little bit
about Rise of
last time. I
Skywalker.
guess if we want to, dive into controversy with fandom, let's go into that.
Yeah, I mean, we could. I mean, if you want to talk about divided fandom, Star Wars fans have been divided since like 1983, essentially.
Since
it started
Return
with the
of the
Ewoks,
Jedi.
and from there, it just kind of.
Yeah.
Yep. Because you look back, and Return of the Jedi nowadays is like well loved and stuff, but it took a while to get to that point.
Okay, I guess I hold a similar opinion about Return of the Jedi as I do like Oblivion and Skyrim in a way. So like Return of the Jedi itself, originally script-wise, like Han was supposed to die. Luke was supposed to become
the original script is beautiful.
Yeah, Luke was supposed to become the new Darth Vader because it's supposed to be his fall from grace. Because like they're supposed to like Luke was originally kind of supposed to be Anakin in that way, but also like
it wasn't the end. There was meant to be more.
Yeah,
it wasn't until Lucas came in and like squashed 9 movies into one.
Yeah, it was also like
or 6.
It also wasn't supposed to be on Endor. It was supposed to be Kashyyyk, and it was supposed to be Wookiees.
Supposed to be Wookiees.
And like that would have made so much more narrative sense than fucking teddy bears. Like,
you want to know why Lucas didn't do it? It's the most bullshit reason.
Because he couldn't find enough tall people. Like, is that it?
No, that would be even more bullshit. But it was because he didn't want to use Wookiees because Chewbacca knew how to use technology, and so he couldn't make them Luddites, which is the dumbest shit ever. Because just because Chewbacca can use technology doesn't mean every fucking Wookiee can.
But I mean, like if we're gonna look at like with hindsight being 2020 and like content that was created after Return of the Jedi. Kashyyyk clearly has Wookiees that use bowcasters and vibroblades in
now it does
in Star Wars: The Old Republic, because like
I mean, Revenge of the Sith has stuff like that too, but that you can kind of tell Lucas like had second thoughts about it just by doing Kashyyyk.
Yeah, it's like
he often did that.
I wanted to make them Luddites, but Chewbacca uses technology. It's like you can still make them Luddites, but like that could have been their weakness, and the whole drama of the story is like getting them to use technology.
Yes, right?
And like, look, you guys have to use the weapons you've created for the Empire to destroy them. Like, they are your enemy, not the people that are trying to save you, or like the technology that we're using. And like, what? There's an interesting narrative point there. Let's go and break people in half. Plus, why the fuck would any of Chewie's like family need to use technology? He can literally pull the limbs off of people and just beat the shit out of them with them. Like.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh no, we don't want to use a hard R because the kids watch this. It's like, okay, then like show them something more than just making them feel sad that a Ewok got shot up by a vehicle grade blaster bolt and like have his friend cry over the body.
Cannibalism with the Ewoks, so like why not, But yeah, I think the weakness with Return of the Jedi, there's 2 big things that I have problems with Return of the Jedi. Is the first thing is Endor. Everything that happens on the Forest Moon is just dreadfully boring to me. Anyway, it's my personal opinion. I don't think enough happens. There's like Han doesn't do anything really. He like turns off the shield generator.
He's just like Boba Fett, where?
Boba Fett, where? Yeah, essentially, yeah. And then the other weakness to me.
I'm Indiana Jones and more marketably famous there.
like. Making Leia Luke's sister, I think now it makes a lot more sense because of the sequel trilogy and Kylo Ren. But back then,
I mean, it made sense to me, because you get the hint of like when in Empire when Yoda's like, no, there is another, and then he senses him. It's like, but wait a second, Darth Vader's doing the same thing at the very end of the movie. There's something here. We're missing something narratively speaking when it comes to the story with this. And then you learn about it.
There was always meant to be a sister. If you read some of the stuff that like Lucas planned, there was always going to be a sister. She just wasn't always going to be Leia.
Yeah.
And it makes sense to make her Leia. I just think the Empire kiss really spoils that a little bit.
But
one of the few things Disney's done, or at least they've tried to do. I can't say they've been successful, but they've like taken some of the grievances that people have had with Star Wars over the years and like made stories out of them. Like, you know, Solo is literally a hand shot first the movie. You know what I mean?
So the one thing I'll say is that I partially agree with that. However, I think to give Disney that much credit for something, especially Solo, where it's fundamentally still a broken product, because
don't get me wrong. I don't think the end result. I think Solo at best is incredibly average. I think that's worse than being a bad movie, but
I think it's an incredibly average bad movie.
That's a great way to put it. I don't hate it.
Because, like, in and of itself, Solo in concept isn't bad, but it's bloated. It's the corpse of corporate greed driving creativity to a limit of breaking. When you shouldn't be doing that with something like Star Wars. Granted, Star Wars has sort of been idealized as like this perfect franchise, which it isn't, because like
it's never been.
George Lucas was just like, you know, I could just fix everything with blue screen and technology and CGI, and everyone's like, no, you can't do that. I like my miniatures. I like the way you shot everything. Give me the original Death Star explosion. Like, no, the new one's fucking perfect. It shows the scale of everything.
Even though your Lucas rant cut out, I saw you rant, and I could put the words to the things you were saying. Like I heard it.
Give me the original Death Star explosion. No, the new one's perfect because it shows the scale of everything. You can do certain things and certain changes to these movies and make them better, but you shouldn't just fundamentally change story beats. Like having Darth Vader yell no when he's tossing the Emperor out into the core is useless. You don't need that. He's just like, but it's supposed to rhyme with Revenge of the Sith. It rhymes because he's silently doing something he should have done a long time ago.
Yeah, it rhymes just fine. Yeah, exactly.
It's the call. The call is him failing as a Jedi and as a friend for Obi-Wan on Mustafar, and not resisting the temptations of the dark side. His response, him responding to himself 30 years later, is him tossing the fucker who convinced him that everything he has done thus far has been for the good of the galaxy and the good of him and like Padme.
Yeah.
Taking that catharsis, picking up that old bag of potatoes, and throwing him over the railing.
And plus, it already kinds of rhymes with Mace Windu, with when Anakin, when Mace Windu gets thrown out by Palpatine. It kind of sort of rhymes with that.
Yeah,
you're totally right.
Because I love out of all the prequel trilogy movies, I love Revenge of the Sith because it's the closest to George Lucas's original Star Wars trilogy as it ever gets.
Yeah, it feels like a Star Wars movie. And
everyone gets really angry at that movie because of it. It's like, it's the closest to a Star Wars film, but yet it still fails at being a Star Wars film. Like, I would argue that it's hampered by a lot of the creative choices that George Lucas made for the prequel trilogy. Yes.
Yeah,
but I don't
to rein him in.
I don't think it ultimately fails as a movie because of that. I think it fails as a movie because it's muddled with it's muddled with some of the politics that shouldn't exist in the third act of a war movie.
Right. I agree.
Because like, if you look at
really be, I think politics belongs in Star Wars because of course it does. It's a war. But I don't really know if we need all that Senate stuff. You know, I think Attack of the Clones is a great example of like, why are we here? Like, why are we even listening to this shit?
What is the motivation of the Senate at this point? Like, why are we even back here? Like, if you look at it's sort of like it. As like, so like, I'm a person that like I enjoy allegory in my content sometimes. So like, if we break everything down, I think George Lucas, instead of telling the story of Anakin Skywalker, I think he should have told like the Great War story that is like Darth Bane's brother, everything that still may be canon because of the High Republic's existence.
Now. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay,
so you talk about the fall of the Brotherhood of Darkness and the rise of the Rule of Two for the Sith, and you have that Great War era of history in the Star Wars universe and like the demilitarization of the Jedi. Because when you open up Phantom Menace, it's already past that point and past the
all the interesting stuff.
past all of that drama, and you open up with the Trade Federation being like, I kind of want this planet, and we can legally invade this planet and kill people. But these guys are fighting. Jesus, all right.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Which isn't, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound so terribly boring, but when it's presented the way it is in Phantom Menace, it really is terribly boring.
Yeah.
Because you're not introduced to the stakes. You're just like, the Trade Federation has Naboo, and it's like, okay, why do I care about Naboo?
Yeah.
Why is the Trade Federation bad? Who the fuck are the Jedi?
Yeah.
Why do I care,
And, like...
It doesn't work.
And, like, it even gets worse when, like, because, like, when you get to, like, Tatooine, the movie fucking slows down. It was already slow, but you slowed it worse.
Pacing hits a crawl.
And, like, so... Like, you open up the movie with, like, a lot of this political stuff, and you show the Jedi when they're supposed to be, like, quote-unquote, from Lucas, like, the peak of their power, and it's like, they're not, though.
Yeah,
if you wanted the peak of their power, you go to the Army of Light when they're fighting the Brotherhood of Darkness. Yeah, that's the height of their power. That's the height of their militarism. Yep. And that was a rogue Jedi going and doing that, like Revan did during the Mandalorian Wars.
Yes.
So, like, you should have gone that far back and then had 2 trilogies worth of story to tell, where you have a trilogy about this part of Star Wars history that was explored in the books, you make canon, and then you go into your Anakin trilogy about how this young boy that's raised in the time of, like, the Second World War era for the galaxy, how it changes him as a man, and how he becomes Darth Vader. Because, like, that was sort of the thing that was missing, that, like, he definitely let the showrunner for the Clone Wars animated series run with, is that in the movies, you don't see Anakin's progression as a man, as he's growing up and being a warrior Jedi.
A war.
Whereas, like, in the Clone Wars, you see Anakin the Jedi Knight with a Padawan, because the Jedi Order is changing the rules on things because they need more Jedi because there's so few. And
they're making too many exceptions. They're becoming so caught up in dogma and stuff that they're not.
And, like, I love the Dooku quote from one of the books that recently came out. He's
Jedi
like,
Lost?
I think Jedi Lost. So it was a header quote from Dooku talking to Sidious, and he's like, my lord, the Jedi are complacent in all the sins of the Republic. The Jedi allow small and little evils to exist and to be committed across the galaxy. They are so blinded. They are so blinded by their righteousness and by their power over themselves that they neglect the rest of the galaxy.
Yep.
And it's like, that in and of itself encompasses the entire theme of the prequel trilogy, is that the Jedi are not the good guys. They are complacent. They're complacent in the evils of the Republic, because the Republic does nothing to help its people.
It's actually sad how many fans walk away from the prequels being like, "Oh, the Jedi were perfect." The whole point of those movies was that they were not perfect.
And a really good scene, which is so underplayed in the Attack of the Clones, and it isn't referenced back to at all, is when Yoda is hearing Qui-Gon Jinn's Force Ghost through the Force, reacting to what Anakin is doing to the Tusken Raiders that killed his mom, and you just see his pained look. He's realizing, like, we're losing ourselves to not helping the people that we're supposed to be training. And then Mace Windu walks in, he's like, "What's wrong, Master?" He's like, dark forces I sense, clouding judgment." And then Mace Windu just drops, like, out of fucking nothing, out of thin air, "When should we tell the Senate that we've lost our ability to see through the Force?" And it's just like, what? What?
Yeah.
When did this happen? When was this hinted at? And the only hint we get is at the beginning of the movie, after the attempted assassination of Senator Amidala, where he's like,
"It's so throwaway.
A shadow lies over the Force. Hard it is to see through." And it's like, that is such a weak ass line. That should have been like more show don't tell. And then Then you have the big reveal at that pivotal scene where Anakin's starting to slowly slip to the dark side. And then,
if I had to
oh god, Attack of the Clones.
If I had to sum it up, like, in one phrase, the prequels, they don't focus on the right things. They have all the ingredients there, but they focus on the wrong parts of them. And I think that's why Revenge of the Sith gets a pass for so many people, is that it's so square focused on Anakin's fall into the dark side, that okay, all of this starts to make sense, you know, especially with the context of the Clone Wars, which
Yeah.
helps out a lot, you know.
And like,
Because the Clone Wars, I think, is a great it's like a big patch for the prequels.
yeah. Because there's also like the situation of like, oh Jesus Christ, this bandits raiding. God damn. I just wanted an elk. I just wanted an elk. I didn't want bandits. God damn it. Alright.
Who the hell is throwing those big ass spells at you?
Fucking a bandit mage right here.
Oh yeah. Good boss.
Got him.
Got him.
Alright. There we go. We'll get back to this conversation in a little bit. I have to kill some fuckos. You will be defeated by Rejan and his friends. There we go. Through the power of friendship and this gun I found, I killed everyone. There we go. Alright, anywho. So, back to Attack of the Disappointment.
Basically.
So, I think a big thing missing from the narrative for Attack of the Clones is I think it's forgetting about.
That's my least favorite Star Wars film.
Yeah, I think the film sort of forgets pacing. It
forgets a lot.
It's not well paced. It's not well managed as a movie and as a narrative.
It's not. And,
it drops so much, but it doesn't offer enough stakes. Like the whole.
It doesn't really offer much of anything, does it?
Yeah.
You know.
Because like, the expectations, like the stakes are the fact that like, oh the galaxy's gonna get embroiled in war, and like war shouldn't be a thing that happens in the Republic. We literally signed a treaty that says that we're a peacekeeping government body. But like, the focus is too much on like the Jedi, which like granted, like it's about a Jedi. It's supposed to be Anakin Skywalker's story and his slow temptation to the dark side. Like you're just supposed to get the hints.
But in that movie, there's one scene dedicated to that narrative, and it's when he kills the Tusken Raiders, and it's a great scene. And
then his reaction to doing that when he's with Padme, with Padme, and he's just like, I slaughtered them like animals, like, and it's just
the
like
man and the women.
This dude is like literally suffering. He's conflicted. You can see that. And like it's like as bad as the writing is, it's really great acting from Hayden Christensen because he's like,
I like that scene. I like that sequence. I should say. I think that is great. I just wish that was the movie.
Yeah,
you know.
I wish it was this personal story about him coming to terms with the fact that he's becoming a
trilogy.
But it fizzled out and like way too early. Like
try that again, idiot.
Like it tried too much way too fast. I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Is that it's like you said, bloated.
Yeah.
It's a noir thing with Obi-Wan. It's a little tiny bit of Anakin's fall to the dark side. It's a romance.
Yeah.
It's a war movie. There's so much going on.
Because it tries too much to be. It tries too much to be one thing and isn't enough of another thing, that it muddles its purpose and its like. And its point that it's trying to get across.
It's such a frustrating movie because there's so many tiny little fixes, so many like obvious things you could just drop in there. You wouldn't even have to change a whole lot. Just drop a scene or two in there. A little bit of Padme actually like by herself thinking about Anakin, like confiding into like a handmaiden or something about how she feels about Anakin would have solved so many problems with that movie because it would make the romance feel more earned. It would make Anakin feel a lot less fucking creepy.
Yeah.
You know? It's just a little things like that, you know. If we actually saw Dooku order the clones, or rather Sifo Dyas, you know, it's a little muddled because the Clone Wars didn't come out at that time.
You know,
but
that would have been great. A cold open to like, you start this movie with with like Sifo Dyas's murder and like only a hint that it was Dooku that killed him. Like you don't know that it's him until
and then you
finally meet him.
Like, oh, this guy's too bad. You know?
It's like we as the viewers understand story wise that this guy is bad, but no one else does because like it's like Count Dooku is a political idealist, not a murderer. Like you shouldn't even know who Dooku is at the beginning of the film. So it's like it could be a mystery that like who's the person who's leading this separatist movement.
Boom! Suddenly you have stakes.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Like.
little things like that, and that every time I watch it, I just shake my head because it's just like.
And if you want to make the Jedi more like attached to the story, have the mission instead of saving Senator Amidala, you have it be Senator Amidala is going to this planet that has threatened to separate itself from the Republic. And you have a Jedi escort because the Jedi like, we can't send diplomats on this mission because there's somebody that there are laws in the Republic Treaty after the war with the Brotherhood of Darkness that prevents us from being able to do these level of diplomatic missions. We are not meant to be people who bring back separatists. This is a political situation. And then you have this whole situation of like the people of the Republic like, but the Jedi are peacekeepers like, but there's no war. Like there's nothing being broken here. Everything in the Republic Constitution clearly states that these people are within their rights to do what they're doing. And then you have Supreme Chancellor Palpatine going, well, what if you sent a couple of your Jedi that Senator Amidala would be comfortable with traveling? And it's like, well, Master Kenobi and his Padawan Skywalker are on their way back from a diplomatic mission that like they called a like some sort of crime syndicate on a planet or something. They're on their way back. They can be the ones to go with her. Yep. And then you have her assassination attempt to add stakes as to why Anakin is going to protect her.
And you have actual genuine political intrigue without having a freaking Senate scene.
And instead of initially starting with the Battle of Mustafar, you could have like this urban fight where like, you know, when the movie came out, it was the Iraq War.
Yep.
So like you could have this instance of like we're on this like civilized planet, and instead of like a desert world to be more on the nose with the Iraq War shit, you have this instance of these like people who are genuine people like fighting alongside droids, fighting clones and fighting Jedi. Yeah. So you get this muddled conflict at the end of the movie of like, are we really doing the things that we're supposed to be doing as Jedi, or are these Jedi really the good guys? Because like you can trigger that like Americanism side of the mind for a lot of American viewers of like, you know, fighting a revolution against tyranny is okay, but then when you have the stakes of like these guys are the heroes, but they're fighting as people that believe that they're under a form of tyranny, are they really the bad guys? But then you showed like the shadow organization behind them with Count Dooku with Darth Tyrannus and Darth Sidious in the background, kind of formulating everything. Like there are ways to fix the narrative without rewriting the entire prequel trilogy. Like you can
just simple fixes, little tiny scenes you just drop in. You know, you don't have to rearrange
because at that point you can still keep the noir narrative that exists for Obi-Wan, because he goes, all right,
which in my opinion is the best part of that movie.
Because like you keep Anakin and Padme on the planet where they're going to be doing the diplomacy stuff, and then you send Obi-Wan out because he's like, look, Anakin, I need you to keep an eye on Senator Amidala. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything that isn't beyond our orders. But I'm going to go do this. And then you have that conflict of like, well, you're telling me to do one thing, but you're going to do something else that the council hasn't ordered you to do. He's like, look, I have a bad feeling about this, and I need to go seek this out because we have evidence of something that shouldn't exist. Which is like
just make everything so much more interesting. I'd also give an opportunity for us to see.
You know what? Instead of Camino missing from like the reason why he goes to seek out Camino because it's missing from the archives. Yeah, it's like it could be missing from the archives because of like, if I remember correctly, in the expanded canon that they explained in the comic books, the clone commandos were active before the army of the whole army of the Republic was actually finished. So like it could be that like there are these commandos that are out there operating under the flag of the Republic, and they're doing these things that are technically illegal because the Republic doesn't have an army.
So they need to go investigate.
And then he goes and investigates, and he goes on Camino, and then finds Jango Fett, and he's like, "Are these Mandalorians?" And he's like, "No, they're not Mandalorians. They're commandos. They're like the Mandalorian commandos, but they are not."
Yes.
And then you create further drama and further intrigue with this mystery of like Obi-Wan going like, so there's an assassin using some Mandalorian technology in their works. There's this Mandalorian who's helped training and offering his DNA for these clones that's apparently sanctioned by the Republic, but there hasn't been anything about that on the surface level and like legally created. There's something fishy going on here. And then you clap that back with like the It could be like the separatist union has decided to formally elect someone as their representative for the diplomacy mission, and then you have the fucking snap cut reveal of like, oh, this dude was a Jedi Master. His name is Count Dooku, and then you reveal that Dooku is the person that murdered Sifo-Dyas at the beginning of the film.
Yes.
And you have this this really big like Reichstag sort of like speech, this like speech reveal of like him talking to the people who are part of the separatist worlds of the new separatist union, and he just goes like, we here today are fighting against tyranny. We have a chance at peace here today, but in case there is war, we must be ready to defend ourselves with any means necessary. Blood, plasteel, and all technology. And like it could be like that's his announcement of like we shall create a defense force of droids, and then you have like Obi-Wan reacting to this like, but he was my master. He was my master's master. Like he was Qui-Gon's master. I need to talk to him, and then that could be like the trick thing of like, what if Dooku knew who exactly the council sent, and then that's what triggers the conflict, is that like the Jedi accidentally overstep their boundaries, and that's the call for war.
That would make everything more interesting.
And then the
politics presented so flatly in the original film that I think that helps out a lot. It makes you forget you're watching politics happen. It's just tension.
It's so like, have you watched Game of Thrones?
Yes, seen it all.
Season 1 of Game of Thrones. Perfect pacing for political intrigue and drama. All you have to do is apply that formula to Star Wars Attack of the Clones, and you have your movie.
Yeah, seriously, yeah. You pretty much make like Obi-Wan's kind of like your dead character.
Yeah, because like Sir Christopher Lee already did his like Nazi style speech in Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers. So all you have to do is have him throw that sort of bravado and energy into the role of Dooku, and like express that. Like we just fixed Attack of the Clones.
Yeah,
in 20 minutes.
It wasn't hard.
But granted, that's through the guise of hindsight. Like when you have
hindsight is 20/20.
Because like when you have the ability to look at things that didn't work and things that do work, like you're able to change things. And I think a really perfect example of like hindsight with Disney right now is The Mandalorian.
Yep. Yeah, because it has kind of gone out of its way. I think I would actually like it to do like a Clone Wars patch on the sequel trilogy. I think that would be really great if it could just fill out some details and make kind of like adding sugar to the medicine.
Yeah.
Like make it all go down a little bit easier. I think it would make those films age so much better. It seems like that's what it's trying to do anyway.
Yeah.
Incoming.
But absolutely, it's it's a bit of a course correction, I guess you could call it.
Yeah. Because like the final line and scene of the movie would be so, and Attack of the Clones would be so much better if it was actually attached to this guilt on the Jedi's part that like they accidentally caused this conflict and now there's a cover up of it. Like victory. This is no victory. We lost. We've lost ourselves in all of this.
Yeah. It would also make the audience like question who they're rooting for way better than the film makes it.
The shadow of the dark side has fallen upon the Republic, and now the Clone Wars, now begun. The Clone Wars have and then you snap cut to what literally looks like a Wehrmacht like parade of clone troopers on Coruscant, and you have the Imperial March playing. It's supposed to tell you this is not the right course, but nothing previously in the film tells you that it isn't.
No, it's just flatly telling you it. Revenge of the Sith literally needs to outright say there are heroes on both sides, just for you to like get that this is a gray moral conflict.
Yeah.
Because Attack of the Clones did such a piss poor job of setting that up.
Yeah.
I would love to see like a special edition of the prequels. If any of these films needed something like that, it's those. Because the skeleton's there. There's a story there that works. I think that's why the novelizations read so much better than the films are to watch. Because there is a story there. You just need context to make it work.
Yeah, the bones are there, but like they're not treated very well.
Yeah, exactly. George Lucas, it really comes down to direction, You can, the concept art, the cinematography, even some of the camera work, even though it's iffy in places, can be spectacular. It's down to George Lucas is a lazy director. That's really what it is. He's just lazy. He doesn't like being a director.
And like
he doesn't want to...
I think the big tie to that is that like he wanted to make a movie that was like the previous, like what he had originally planned for his original script treatment of Star Wars.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The thing is that like a little bit of like the fan expectation of like going back to this universe that we haven't seen in like in like 20 years was like maybe too much for him.
Yeah, it was almost 30.
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah, and it was. It turns out he not only had he changed, because I mean, decades had passed or whatever. He kind of forgot a little bit about what Star Wars even is, you know?
Yeah. Because
like
the fans never forgot. Timothy Zahn wrote the sequel trilogy with the fucking Heir to the Empire. Like,
yeah, he did. Yeah.
And like I feel like we're getting that now, and I feel like that's sort of the course correction that Disney is going for.
Yeah, they're gonna soft adapt it for sure. I don't expect there to be like literally Heir to the Empire this series or the movie, but they're gonna team up. They're gonna have a confrontation against Thrawn, and those beats are gonna be there.
Yeah, it's already there. Like Star Wars Rebels was like the little litmus test of like, is this something that we want to do, and is this something that people be interested in watching? Yeah, because it's the best fucking story that ever came out in the expanded canon. Like, what the fuck are you on? Like, there's no other story that should have been told. Your sequel trilogy should have waited. Like,
that's actually a really excellent point. I defend these movies more than most, but that's one thing that I have to concede is that like starting out with Episode 7 and then just like making that your first fucking get-go was a huge mistake. Like you should have sat down and thought about what these movies were going to be and like what they meant. Instead, they were just like, do Episode 7. We just bought Star Wars. We're releasing this movie. Get it out. And then work the universe around it. And that was a big mistake.
And I think, and that's part of like a lot of the course correcting they're doing. Like the Mandalorian, as well as being like a baseboard for new content, it's also them going and looking at everything that they've done. Like, we fucked up, and
how do we fix this?
And like, you fix this by like not being a dick to your fan base. Like Kathleen Kennedy, Kathleen Kennedy is a monster when it comes to.
Well, you know, Kennedy's just as responsible for The Mandalorian as she is for the sequel trilogy. It's more about...
There's a difference between, like, being good at putting the right talent into things and also boasting that you know everything that George Lucas wanted and also fucking him on it. Like, she's a horrible person for being a horrific manager of the property as well as, like, putting the wrong talent or putting the wrong promises into this work. As well as like being somebody who understands, like, we've made a mistake. I made a mistake. Yeah. I'm gonna put the management portion into other people's hands because at this point, people know I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard problem laying all the blame at Kennedy's feet, but it's also hard to deny that, like, why wouldn't you pick Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau from the get-go?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like,
Jon Favreau laid the groundwork for the Marvel Cinematic Universe without really even hinting at like other parts of the universe.
Yeah,
all that much. Why wouldn't you the only hint at the larger universe is S.H.I.E.L.D. existing in Iron Man 1, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. There's a little bit of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, but like. And he also arguably created like one of the best side characters in Agent Coulson. Like,
yes, he was like a cultural phenomenon for years. He got his own TV show.
Even though Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did kind of end up ended very shittily in its present state. Like,
I only watched 2 or 3.
They created a fucking TV show around a fan favorite character that Jon Favreau created as filler themes for a movie that may not have succeeded. Like, there was so much risk he took on making Iron Man because he wanted to create a film about a comic book character that wasn't well known, but also he felt like he could put his creative work into, and he fucking succeeded with 2 movies.
Yes, he did. He made Iron Man a household name. That's something that I think kids today, you know, even adults today, they don't realize is that, like, Iron Man, people didn't give a shit about until 2000.
Yeah, like the weirdest, like the thing that was weird for me as a Marvel fan is like So like Damien, he has a bunch of old Iron Man comics, and I read some of them, and like
they're good.
The weird thing about Iron Man is that he's sort of like so like how like Disney has like the Mickey Mouse cartoons, like those are for kids. The Daffy Duck cartoons are for like teens. The Goofy cartoons are for adults. Iron Man was like soft blocked for kids because like he's a very adult character. He's an alcoholic.
Yes. He's a warmonger. There's a lot of adult themes and struggles, and Disney always has had a really hard time doing that. I mean, they bought out Fox, and they're still scratching their heads on what they do with Alien and Predator and all that shit.
Honestly, I think the big thing they should do is like you have Fox movie studios. They own that trademark and that brand.
They sure do.
You make Fox the thing that fixes a lot of the shit when it comes to Alien and Predator. You put people who understand those properties and those fandoms, and you give those people who have that creative ability and writing capability and like cinematography skills to make those films.
And you keep Ridley Scott the fuck away from it. Because Alien's my favorite movie. But keep that man away from Alien. He's too old. He's changed.
I think we're pivoting to like one of my favorite topics is Prometheus.
Whoa, are you a hater or a lover? Because there's really no in between.
So, I am the in between. It's sort of like this.
Whoa!
Okay.
No way.
So
I'm
gonna preface this.
Okay.
I share the same opinion about Prometheus as I do with the Hobbit trilogy.
Okay.
I can enjoy the film as a fan because it expands on the universe and the characters that we know and that we've heard about, or like the themes and the concepts. But ultimately, it is a flawed product of like an inability to tell a story cohesively and with enough skill that it pales in comparison to its predecessor. And
I could totally agree with that.
Because like a perfect example of that in comparison to Prometheus, as far as letting a different director take over, is Blade Runner. Blade Runner is the most perfect example of a movie done by a different director than its predecessor, and understanding
Denis Villeneuve.
Denis Villeneuve. He's doing the Dune movies.
Yes, he is. What a great pick.
I'm looking forward to that movie so much. But anyways,
I'm pumped.
Like he understood Blade Runner better than Ridley Scott did, and Ridley Scott laid out everything with his director's cut of the original Blade Runner, of like with the themes and the topics that he wanted to cover with the story. So you get the stakes, you get the universe, but like then you fucking took that and ran with it, and like understood like as a fan and what the fans wanted out of a film, and gave a better story and like a more cohesive narrative than what I think Ridley Scott could really offer. Like
I agree. I not that I hate Ridley Scott's films now. He's just like George Lucas. He's changed. He's evolved. So I think handing him Alien again and again, it's just gonna make it go nowhere.
Like I haven't seen Alien. I haven't seen Alien Covenant, but I've heard it's garbage.
It's garbage. I hated Alien Covenant.
The design.
This is all I'll say about Alien Covenant. They kill a xenomorph with a shotgun.
What the fuck?
Fuck that movie.
That's so weird. Like,
fuck that movie. I hated it. There, who's the guy that plays Magneto? What's his name? He also.
Michael Fassbender.
Michael Fassbender. He's great in it. He's the only part of that movie that I found genuinely enjoyable. Anything that had to do with the xenomorphs made me want to fucking throw my hands up in the air.
So like the big thing. So to roll back to the point of like my mixed opinion about Prometheus.
Yeah.
So much like the Hobbit trilogy, the director, unlike the Hobbit trilogy, was not pressed for time.
This is true.
The director, I feel, folded to the whims of the studio when trying to create this narrative that they wanted to tell. The movie itself has a perfect arc for a prequel film that doesn't touch the narrative of the xenomorph and touch that part of the universe. Everything,
Yeah, except for the rats.
Well, that's where I think they went wrong. They should not have explored that part of it, or if they did, that should have been like the final scene, like a snap cut of the precursor dude. Like his body is like broken or something, laying in the middle of a destroyed ship, and instead of it like him dying because he got an egg laid in him, you don't feature a monster in this movie at all. The monsters are humanity and corporate greed in this film.
Yeah, I
that's
think
where
that
it should have
made
been.
Sense. If it was the space jockey movie,
Yeah,
that would. And I'm not a Prometheus hater. I'm a bit of a Prometheus apologist, but
yeah. So like,
my problems with that movie are pretty similar. I think flawed is a great way to put it.
So like the movie should have been about Wayland Yutani's corporate greed and them wanting to exploit xenotechnology to advance their own business aims.
Yes.
And you don't feature a monster, you don't feature eggs or anything like that. You could have the hints of that, but you don't see the physical evidence. You don't have weird xenoblood zombies or anything like that. You just have this narrative of a corporate expedition gone wrong, and the reason why it goes wrong is because they accidentally wake up a space jockey alien, and it's freaking the fuck out, and it's just lashing out and everything.
Yep.
Then
that'd be fucking cool.
That is not the monster of the film. That is the result of the monster of corporate greed and like exploitation.
Wayland Yutani is the monster of the film.
Like Wayland Yutani's kind of arguably has always been the monster. So like you have Wayland Yutani be the monster in the film, and the consequence of that is them exploiting this alien species, and this species understanding exactly what they're doing when looking at their technology and trying to sabotage them. You don't have anyone survive it. This is like strictly like a secret part of the history that you don't see in the other films. That's never referenced back to until you see visual cues of it. The end of the movie should have been, instead of this space jockey alien coming back to light, like realizing he's alive and then having a chest burster come out of him. It should have been the Deacon thing. Instead of it being that, you see the hints of the chest burster, and then you cut away, and all you hear in the audio is his chest bursting, and that be the only hint. I love
that. That's great.
And that being the only hint that there was a xenomorph inside of him, and that's the reason why they were freaking out. It's like, I should have died. Like, you have like what would have happened to Ripley in Alien in Alien 2. What she was afraid of.
Yep.
Like that's how you reference back to things that have already happened. You reference back to themes and stakes from previous films without fucking it all up.
Yeah, you do it subtly.
Yeah, like the whole joke from fucking what is it? CinemaSins of they clearly went to the Prometheus school of running away from things. Like shit like that shouldn't happen in a movie with a director like Ridley Scott, who gave us Gladiator, which arguably that movie is like ahistorical and like bad to some degree, but it tells a story and it tells it well, and it doesn't depend upon people like forgoing certain like expectations for you to like enjoy it.
Yeah, there's no logical inconsistency in the narrative. Everything makes sense, but it doesn't. There's no reason why the fucking Prometheus people. even forget this. The scientist, the girl. What's her name? Shaw.
Yeah.
There's no reason why she shouldn't just turn left or right, but she's running away from this fucking thing.
And then at the last minute, she dives away, and then fucking Wayland's daughter is still running straight and dies. Yeah. It's like,
what the fuck?
Like, this makes no sense. You're making no sense whatsoever, movie. What the hell?
Yeah, it's frustrating, you know? I think there's a lot of that in movies nowadays. I know Prometheus is a bit older now, but there's a lot of that forsaking of eternal consistency of logic in order to... You know, I think that's why Marvel movies are so popular now. People hate on them a lot. And they say that they're not even movies. They
hate on them. They hate on them because I think they hate on them because like they got so big and like Marvel was like comic books themselves suffers from this as a culture for the fans. Is that the fans themselves are really they're bad at sharing. They never learned how to share.
Yes.
So like they hate the fact that like comic book fans hate the fact that like the thing that was their thing for the longest time. Their little like the little circle of privilege that existed for comic fans.
The secret nerd club has been invaded.
Yeah, because like that's sort of the thing. Because like that sort of thing that's happened with It's like the opposite reaction has happened with things like Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast. People love the fuck out of D&D now when people were like, it's a nerd thing. And everyone's like, I get to express myself in a different way? This is fucking great. And we're like, yeah, we've been trying to tell you this for 40 fucking years.
Years, yeah. You guys were busy saying we're Satanists.
Yeah, and like you guys are blaming a small like 2 instances of this happening as like the entire thing. Like, I don't know what the fuck is up with you guys, but like shit.
Yeah. Oh my god, there was so much. I mean, the 70s were a wild time, but
yeah. God
damn, But you're right. There is this like this almost counterculture nerd movement of like. That's why you see a lot of that Comicsgate bullshit and stuff, and it's really frustrating because it's like historically comics have always been progressive and inclusive,
as well as always seen as like that negative great other. Yeah, because like there's an interview show that Jon Favreau hosted called Dinner with Friends, and there's an episode where Kevin Smith hosted. And it was J.J. Abrams, Stan Lee, and another person. Wow. And Stan Lee mentioned it's on YouTube. You can watch it. And Stan Lee's like, when I have to pause this because it's a really interesting anecdote. He's like, when I was first starting in the comic books business, I wouldn't tell people I worked in comic books. Whenever I go to a whenever I went to a party and people asked me what I do, it's like, oh, I write books. And when someone else would come up to when they would continue the conversation, it's like, oh, what books? Children's books. Yeah. And then they'd come back, oh, what kind of books? And it's like, comic books. They'd leave me right alone. Yeah. They'd leave me be. And it's like,
and now he's like a culture legend.
Yeah, and it's like this man, despite everything that like the writers of like DC Comics and Action Comics and stuff have done, like a lot of the history tied behind that, like with like Superman, like the brothers who created Superman being Jewish and like originally thinking about creating this like Ubermensch monster, like no, we need to create something that's hopeful because our people suffered during all of this conflict. And
they based it on Moses. I'm actually more of a DC guy than a Marvel guy, so I know all
like,
about that.
Then you have like Batman, like originally kind of just being like an incidental murderer when he was doing his job.
Oh yeah, he did a lot of murdering.
Yeah, and like all of this shit. But then you look to Marvel, and it's like, I wish I had some of the things from DC with the progressive hopefulness of Marvel.
Yeah,
because like we're going through another fucking apocalypse in the DC universe right now, and there's another like small reset happening in Marvel, and it's like,
DC, ever since
comics are weird.
I think it started with Infinite Crisis. DC has been just rebooting constantly.
It's like Crisis Across Infinite Earths. Because like there's Infinite
that was
Crisis.
The 85 one. There was a good 20 so years after that like continuity was solid.
Yeah, so like
it was.
There's just these consistent issues with comic books in general.
Yeah, there really is, and eventually they're gonna boil over, and you already kind of see it a little bit now because there's only so many times you can reboot until you scare away readers. Yeah. Because believe it or not, people don't like investing in something for 5 years only for it all to be wiped away.
Like, okay, perfect example of this: fucking Spider-Man's one more day.
Probably one of the worst retcons, reboots, whatever you want to call
ever.
It, if not the worst
ever. Without a shadow of a doubt, the worst possible creative decision to ever make is to fucking have Peter and Mary Jane like fall out of love,
their marriage to the devil,
and their firstborn daughter to the devil, and then him move back.
What about responsibility? The core theme of Spider-Man.
Like, with great power comes great responsibility, and that was during arguably one of the greatest comic book arcs, Civil War. Like, that was just slapped in the middle of it, like, oh, we're gonna have really crazy stakes, let's throw this in there. No, Peter Parker's meant to be happy. We know how he's gonna end up at the end of this arc, because he's gonna realize he chose the wrong side. And he did. You didn't need one more day at all.
Yep.
To fuck with it. And the writer was like, well, no one's gonna relate to Peter Parker when he's married and has a kid. It's like, they're going to, because they love the character. They're gonna follow him.
Yeah, of course they will. That's an insane thing to say. As if kids read comic books. Newsflash, kids don't. Adults read comic books now. 30-year-olds read comic books.
Kids only read comic books when they accidentally find like their dad or mom's comic book collection. Like, wait a second, you read Spider-Man? It's like, yeah, let me show you my favorite story. And they pull out like their Ultimate Spider-Man 1 copy and have their kid read it, and like that have that be have that be like the soft introduction to it. Like literally, that's how it works. You pass on, you like, it's not like it's not to like reconnect it back to like comic book fans feeling like they have a certain privilege to comic books and like the narratives and the characters they present, but like parents pass down a love for comic books and a love for storytelling to their kids. Like that's one of the firmware patch updates you get as a child growing up. Is like I grew up with my dad reading things like Spawn because he was getting into edgy comic books in the 90s. But I remember he has a copy of The Killing Joke, an original copy.
Wow.
He also had a first printing of The Watchmen. And all these things, and like these are really great fucking stories, and like these are really great interpretations of these characters. But like you also understand under no circumstances are these like really these are stories and themes that are tied to these characters, and they are far beyond what kids should ever like touch.
They're mature adult stories. Both of them. Like
The Watchmen more so than The Killing Joke. Because like even though the Killing Joke for a long time had like the controversy of like does the Joker sexually assault
Batman killing the Joker,
or Batman killing the Joker
Gordon thing,
is Joker sexually assaulting Barbara Gordon? It's like no, the writer already came out and said no, that's not what's happening. But like the fact that like people thought that is like gives you this sort of like little window into like the comic book fan psyche of like, what if they went that far and like were they okay with that decision? And like for the most part with your action, it's like, oh, they didn't. Okay, I thought that's what this gave more stakes to when Batman did kill him at the end of the comic book. And it's it's like
if that's how you interpret it, I interpret it the same way.
Yeah, because like what sort of is what's tied to the narrative with this in this instance? Like, is it that Barbara Gordon was like he was so close to Barbara Gordon that like he has to kill this guy because like he's ruined someone that he like deeply cares about, or is it he lets him go and like this is supposed to be a narrative about how Bruce himself also falls within a certain cycle of his bad day, like the Joker does.
One bad day.
Because like
it's amazing that novel hasn't been adapted properly yet.
The animated version of it got fucking absolutely plastered with hate.
If you just cut the first 20 minutes out, it's great.
Well, arguably, I'd say if you cut the first 20 minutes out and you change the way the Joker's like the entire movie is animated, then yes.
The style, yeah.
I think if you change the way the panels with the Joker in his bad day were like drawn out and animated, I think you would get one of the most interesting narratives to a comic book story. Because like, you know what, a perfect example of what they could have done in the Dragon Ball Super Broly film, you get first person perspective of Broly kicking the shit out of Goku.
Yes, you
what if we had that when the Joker is looking at his reflection in the water after he crawls out of the vat?
Yes.
What if we got that? What if we got that first person perspective, and then like you just see him in the mirror, and then he has that. You see that famous panel, and that changes the perspective of that panel. Instead of looking at him from the third person, you're seeing his reflection, and you're understanding that he's laughing at his own reflection, and he's laughing at everything that has happened to him in the last few days.
I just got chills, bro.
Like, that's what... This is what happens when you have hindsight and you have other people create these things.
Yeah, it's true. You learn from their mistakes.
You tell an excellent story. Like, I haven't followed it at all. I don't really read comic books all that much because they're a little bit expensive. It's like Magic the Gathering once you're in, you're
exactly.
poor.
I kind of stopped following them. I used to be really into them.
The Three Jokers narrative looks really interesting. So there's a series of books out right now called The Three Jokers.
I've read it,
and like it looks like an interesting fucking concept to me. Like you have it's just like, oh, there's three Jokers, because like you already got a hint of that when Batman was on the God chair. It was like, who's the Joker? Wait, what? No, and
there's three,
and it's like, there's 3 of them.
Yeah.
What? This is
it took
weird.
so long for 3 Jokers to come out, actually, because I was in comics. Like, I bought that issue where Batman's on the Metatron chair.
Yeah.
And it took, like, by the time 3 Jokers came out, I'd already jumped ship, and I wasn't keeping up with comics anymore at that point.
And I think
interesting.
The reason why is, like, I think they wanted to hint to that reveal, but I think they revealed that too soon.
Way too early, yeah.
I think you should have had it be like instead of him more, the example of more show not tell. You should have had Bruce like looking on his computer, and then like Alfred or Dick or somebody come up and was like, "What are you looking at?" It's like, "Nothing. I saw something and I need to I need to confirm it for myself." And then you just see like it could be like the Joker's criminal file in 3 pictures of the 3 pictures you see on the covers of the 3 Joker comic books. But then like the number 3 next to it is just like, wait, there's 3 Jokers, and that's for us to know as the fans, and not for Batman to fully understand yet. Then you have the whole Watchmen arc that happened with Dr. Manhattan. Yep. Then you get into the present arc.
I actually like both those stories. I have some problems with Jeff Johns, the writer.
Yeah.
But both those stories are good. The 3 Jokers, I won't spoil anything for you. I will say that I enjoyed it. The best premise I can give it without spoiling anything is that it is a direct sequel to The Killing Joke.
Yeah.
And it succeeds at that surprisingly well, actually. It's better than it ought to be.
Especially in concept and like like direction, I guess. Because like if we both have the opinion that like they should have waited a little bit longer to reveal this big thing about 3 Jokers existing in the universe, then maybe holding off on telling this story, maybe the story should have been started sooner and then got to the point where it is now.
Maybe.
Because like now we're dealing with the whole heavy metal apocalypse in the DC universe with the Batman Who Laughs.
Lead into another reboot.
Yeah.
They're marvelizing it. So what they're gonna do is essentially they're gonna.
Is it gonna be like all new, all different?
A little bit. It's more like Secret Wars, where it's like all these different versions. So every story matters essentially. It's like Marvel. Everything that's ever happened matters. Whereas before DC was like, okay, this story matters to this particular incarnation. This story matters to post-crisis, so on and so forth. Everybody remembers everything. Everything happens, even if it's contradictory. It all happened.
Yeah, because I feel like that should have been like the point of like Dr. Manhattan when they were in the Watchmen universe. It's like
it probably ought to be
like.
The big point of that,
you don't understand. You try to break the universe and you try to do these things. However, that's not how I made you. It's frustrating to me. Like,
yeah, which is good. I really like the concept. Like, it's very meta that Dr. Manhattan is the one that messed with the DC universe and made it, quote unquote darker.
Well, he made it idealized and made it darker because he realized it was boring and it was atypical to human nature.
And that's basically like the comic saying maybe taking too much inspiration from Watchmen was a mistake. Maybe Watchmen should have stayed Watchmen.
And then maybe maybe with the heavy metal apocalypse, it's supposed to be that course correction. Like this is
It's kind of taking things to 11 in order to illustrate the ridiculousness of it. Things are fucking crazy and stupid, and that is very much on purpose. You're meant to be like, holy shit, is that really what's happening? That's fucking wild. Like, seriously?
Also, who I think should have, like, I don't know how exactly they beat Dr. Manhattan or if they do at all. The only person I think that should have been able to defeat Dr. Manhattan should have been the Joker. Hot take.
That is an interesting take. It wasn't. I'll tell you that it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure it was Superman because
yeah, it was.
So like, here's my thinking.
Yep.
The ultimate form of randomness and chaos against someone who is seeking order in a universe that made no sense.
Yeah.
Someone who is ultimately an anomaly in its own comic book universe, defeating somebody who is trying to put so much control and strain on it. Because that would have been that could have been a really good lead into the Batman Who Smiles. Is that like
could've.
the Joker just like, you know what, I'm gonna take a little bit of you and add this to me, and we're gonna see what happens, and then you get the Batman who laughs.
Yep.
Like, as fucked up as it is, as fucked up and cool, interesting as that story is, that would have been a good lead-in. Again, hindsight fixing stories.
Yep. It's one of those things where it's like, again, like DC has this problem where everything's a reboot now. So like Doomsday Clock was meant to, essentially the purpose, like the out of universe purpose of Doomsday Clock is to bring back the Justice Society. That was really like what the whole thing is about, is putting in that history back. And then you have Metal and then Death Metal now, which are meant to kind of be like an addendum on that. And it's like, why aren't these both the same story though?
Yeah,
you know, like
I mean, when you think about it in the abstract, they're technically a continuation arc because they're continuing the same issues and the same stories, but they're so they feel so disjointed because they separated them so many things. It's like, it's sort of like how in Japan, when they published Dragon Ball, they published Dragon Ball manga, then they published Dragon Ball Z manga as two different things. When in Japan, it's Dragon Ball, then Dragon Ball Super.
Yep.
So like Super is Super in and of itself, yeah, and Dragon Ball Super in and of itself is like a distinct narrative, because for a long time in Japan, GT was considered the sequel, but that didn't get a manga interpretation, but Super is.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of I could talk about Dragon Ball canon all fucking day, because I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan, and let me tell you, the canon of Dragon Ball is a fucking convoluted mess. It is a mess. But if you really want like the core simples, like if you just want what is the truest quote unquote way I can consume Dragon Ball, it's the manga, the original manga, the Super manga, and then the Resurrection of F, and then Dragon Ball Super Broly,
and then Battle of Gods.
And then Battle of Gods. And Battle of Gods kind of, you can like swap that out with the beginning of the manga. It depends on where you want to start. So
you watch Battle of Gods and Resurrection F, and then you immediately go into the Universe 6, Universe 6, Universe 7.
Skip like the first volume of the manga and go right to that, because the manga straight up skips Resurrection F. It basically has a page that says, go watch the movie.
Yeah.
You know? And that's kind of how it works. And not to diminish the anime. The anime is better than the manga in places.
Yeah.
Without
but honestly, I think the manga does the Tournament of Power arc a lot better.
I overall prefer the manga personally, but there's a couple of things that I really like about the anime. I like that in the manga, Gohan fights Kefla instead of Goku, but goddamn, the Goku Kefla fight is great. It's just fun to watch, you know.
Yeah, but like I think it makes more sense for him It makes more sense for Gohan to start that fight, and then for Goku to finish it, because then you have that narrative weight of like Gohan realizing, like, oh, if I want to be better, then if I want to be strong enough to defend my family, to defend Earth, if my dad leaves, I need to be able to stand for myself. Yeah, which that kind of was already the lesson that was learned in the Cell Saga, but like it's something that Toriyama forgot Gohan learned.
He really wanted to write Goku.
Toriyama completely forgot that Super Saiyan 2 was a thing.
He did. He straight up did. He thought Super Saiyan 3 was Super Saiyan 2.
Yeah.
Like, Toriyama.
Toriyama, you fucking sprightly little bird.
He forgot how Pai Pai existed. He had an interview with Eiichiro Oda, who writes One Piece.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how much he loves Tao Pai Pai and how he's like a big character, because he is. Like when Tao Pai Pai shows up in the original,
he literally has his job description on his back. Like,
yeah, he's fucking sweet. I love Tao Pai Pai. And Toriyama
Crane School,
like,
kill you.
Yeah, that's that one character, right? He's like a minor. He like shows up briefly, right? And Eiichiro Oda looked at him like, well, how do I know your manga better than you do? Tao Pai Pai was super important. You know,
he was important to Goku's development as a fighter. He's the reason why he's the reason why like sensu beans are a thing. I'm pretty sure, because he goes up to Korin's tower, and Korin's like, "Oh, you want more beans, boy? In order for you to get more beans, you have to learn the after image."
Tao Pai Pai was so important. First of all, he's the first person to give Goku a straight up L.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He just beats the shit out of him. He's the first villain to have another key attack. He's the first. He's the reason why sensu beans happen, because Goku has to find Korin Tower after that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so good that the Piccolo arc essentially is just Tao Pai Pai's fight with Piccolo instead.
Yeah.
And I mean, Tao is fucking sweet. He kind of gets fucked up when he comes back as a cyborg because Toriyama doesn't like to keep people dead. But
sort of like how he likes to put babies inside of strong female characters.
Yeah, he does like to do that. Oh, I have to write a girl? Well, I'll just make her a housewife now, so I don't have to do that.
Chi-Chi, you got done dirty.
She really did. She was fucking...
You know who also got done dirty? Fucking Videl!
Yeah, there's Videl should be a Z fighter. So should 18. Yeah. At least 18 got some stuff to do.
Like 18 at least got to participate in the Tournament of Power, as well as like... She also is a really good push for Krillin to improve himself during his little training, his 2-part training arc with Goku.
She does some stuff. She has that fight with Satan in the original
series. Honestly, well, she doesn't do a whole lot with Satan in the original series. You see that in the worst fucking Broly film, Bio Broly. You see the result of that.
Yeah, I forgive you for that because it literally is a blink and you miss it moment. But it's more important in the manga.
You see it in the manga, but you don't get the payoff. The payoff,
exactly. It's in the movie.
Yeah, you should have had that art. You should have had that art continue in the manga somewhere.
Like, yeah, there's a lot of movie stuff that I feel like. I mean, obviously Toriyama must feel that way too because he ended up adapting Broly. But there's a lot of movie stuff that should be in the original series. I mean, Janemba is a better Boo than Boo.
I mean,
at least that's how I feel about it.
Are we gonna talk about the Boo arc? I think we should talk about the Boo arc.
Are we?
I have some opinions about the Boo arc.
Oh boy, here we go.
So,
talk about a problematic arc, huh?
I think. So beyond that, for context, if anyone's watching, we have 2 viewers. I'm pretty sure it's like one other person and Alec, but that's okay.
Yeah.
For context, for anyone who watches this posthumously in the future, Toriyama had no one editing him or stopping him in the Boo arc.
No.
So,
his editor
as a result,
very fat and lazy.
We had an arc that was cluttered as hell. Mm-hmm. The Boo is better as Fat Boo and Kid Boo. And Super Boo should not have had a person absorption ability and been a worse watered down cell.
Yep.
That being said, there's a lot of things I can't trade away that happens in the arc because of those mistakes. The fusion is great. The little companion arc between Good Boo and Mr. Satan is excellent.
Oh, and the dog, that's so good.
And the snipers, the worst villains in that arc.
Yep.
Then
yeah, I agree with all that.
Jesus Christ, can we take a look at this for a moment? All these fucking Imperial soldiers. What the hell? This is like a full Legion detachment. What are they fighting? What are you fighting?
Yeah, they're just like aiming their arrows at things.
What are you fighting, guys?
Is it the giant?
Is there a giant here?
Yeah, turn left.
I don't think it's a giant. Oh, they're floating! They're breaking! Oh no, there's Stormcloaks here. They're fighting Stormcloaks.
Whoa, hello. Levitation. They're using Bukujutsu.
They're using the spell of Ikarian flight. Are they gonna fall and die? Oh my god. I might have to trim some of my Civil War mods now because this is a bit much.
This is a little
This is a bit much and a bit crazy and a bit not working. Yeah. Is there a battle? Oh no, they're near Camp Varglia. That's why. This is a mod that I have. I have 2 mods. Camp Argentum and Camp Varglia, and it adds a big Stormcloak camp and a big Imperial camp.
Imperial.
So Camp Varglia is the Stormcloak camp, and Camp Argentum is on the other side of the hill over there. And I'm pretty sure that nearby there's a battle zone here, so like there's always going to be a fight.
Which is what's trying to happen.
But people are floating. I think they edited themselves out of existence. Yeah, they're no longer floating. But some of these NPCs... Oh my god, there is a giant over there. Shit. I'm wondering if this is... I wonder if this is like... No, this doesn't look like a giant that allies himself with the Stormcloaks in the Civil War Overhaul, but like...
That'd be cool.
Oh no, it is a thing. In Civil War Overhaul, you can fight Stormcloak giants.
That's fucking cool.
The narrative and the thing is like, oh, they're giants.
War friendly.
Yeah, kind of. So the big thing with the giants is that like they.
That mammoth is TN floating up in the air right now.
Where?
He's preparing his Kikoho. Look up. To the left. More to the left. Oh, never mind. He hit the ground. He was slowly levitating.
That's a skeever.
Oh, there's that one.
That's a skeever.
What is happening? Why has this place got anti-gravity?
Why is this breaking? I'm so concerned. I'm gonna have to troubleshoot this shit now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I guess
That's a new one for me.
I guess the big thing, I guess, is like if there's gonna be a problem like this, there's a few mods. I guess there's a couple mods with Camp Argentum and Camp Varglia that I can just delete because they're of no consequence really. Okay, so this is a conflict zone here, Corvagen conflict, which is Civil War zones. I think if I remove war zones, there's gonna be less conflict with Camp Varglia, but Civil War patrols will still be a thing that happens. So
that must be it. Yeah, I think that's what is like 2 or 3 mods are like intersecting here.
Yeah, they were working before. Then I added too many mods, so that's something I have to fix.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Anyways, going back to the Boo arc, I think.
Speaking of things that don't work despite their best effort.
So, I think the big focus on Goku's day off from death, I think is too much on him, and it should have been about Gohan's improvement. And the consequence of that,
clear consensus.
and I think the result of that is also putting more focus on Vegeta.
Yeah,
because Vegeta's been complacent with his training and only starts training more when he's told that Kakarot's going to be coming back for his day off from death. Why is this a floating piece of paper?
Yeah, I think
this is broken.
In general, I think the arc actually works pretty well up until Boo gets released.
Oh, it's Hell Hyarkin Farm. Okay, that's great. Why.
But when Fat Boo is released, it leads to the diminishing of Gohan.
Yeah.
Which is a problem.
Because Gohan, oops, I dropped the Patara earrings. Like, what? No.
I know. And then the Patara existing at all is a bit problematic. The only reason the Patara even do Patara things is because Toriyama wanted to do Gogeta, but he couldn't because he was in a movie. And he already fucked that once up with Super Saiyan. So he didn't want to do it again.
Yeah.
So he made Potara so he could do Gogeta without calling him Gogeta. That was the whole purpose, the whole reason behind it. And it ends up making Gohan such a lesser character. And he didn't have to be. You could still have...
Oh, look, a floating cow. Great.
You could have like an Avengers kind of thing, where it's like Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and they're all working together or whatever. Instead, it's the Goku and Vegeta show.
Those cows just committed suicide.
I saw that. You also like phased in a town was like sitting on top of another town.
Well, Hell Hyarkin Farm is sitting on a horrendous error because of the expansions done to the farm here.
Oh, so like
I might have to delete Hell Hyarkin Farm.
Yep.
Unless there was a compatibility patch between those two mods.
I don't know. I know if you're gonna mess with uninstalling the mods, you should save this playthrough on a profile and make a new profile, and go from there. Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah. Damn it.
It's honestly, the profile system works really well. You can bring your saves over and everything, and it should all play nice.
I mean, I can delete Hell Hyarkin Farm, and there's not going to be much of a problem. I just have to get out of this loading zone. Yeah,
get out of the cell.
Yeah, so I have
Speaking of cell.
Yeah.
Super Boo was a mistake.
So I think having it in between Fat Boo and Kid Boo was necessary. I think the absorption ability they gave Super Boo was unnecessary.
Yes, I agree. I also think
right. I'm gonna
if you're gonna do the absorption thing, right? If that's what you're gonna do, then don't make it so after the fact. Yeah. Preload Boo with that kind of thing. If that's what you're gonna go with. Give us the flashback of Boo. Not that Akira Toriyama knew this was ever gonna happen, but give us the flashback of Boo absorbing Grand Supreme Kai right from the beginning. That way we know who Kid Boo is. We know who Boo is. We know why Boo is like this. And then make Super Boo the absorption. Cut out all the other Boos except for Kid Boo.
Yeah.
And then make Super Boo an absorption of, I don't know, Mr. Satan or even Gohan, or Dabura, just something. And combine a hero or a villain and then keep them there. That way they don't come across as Cell but boring.
Yeah.
It's more personal. It feels like, oh god, this guy that was, maybe make him Vegeta. You know, have Boo absorb Vegeta, and that's
instead of Vegeta's sacrifice leading to him just becoming a statue, you kill Vegeta through the absorption.
Yeah, exactly. So something like
Maybe.
that. You know?
I don't know.
You don't have.
I like Vegeta. I like Vegeta's moment. I don't want to water that down. Right, I'm gonna switch things up on the stream a little bit so I can work on the mod thing because it's bothering me.
Fair.
So let me go to the pre-stream thing. There we go.
Awesome. I found out recently. The fight between Majin Vegeta and Goku works so much better in the anime than in the manga. I had no idea.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that work a lot better in the anime than the manga. Like for instance, perfect example of something that worked better in the anime is the initial transformation into Super Saiyan. It's given more weight, it's given more depth, it's given more feeling, whereas it's just 2 panels in the manga. Or 2 pages in the manga.
Yeah, it's just one quick flip the page, you know, in the manga.
It's like, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, that's one of those reasons why, like, the canon for Dragon Ball has always been muddy. You know, like you see Bardock from the Bardock special in the manga. He shows up. Frieza, like, sees Goku, and he's like, oh, he looks just like that one Saiyan, and there's, like, a background panel of Bardock with his red bandana and shit. And it's like, does that mean the Bardock special is canon? Well, then what about Dragon Ball Minus in the Super Broly movie? You know what I mean?
So Dragon Ball Super Broly is canon, which means that the adapted version of Broly not Broly God, what's his name?
Minus.
Of Minus and Bardock? and Bardock, father of Goku, are canon in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but because they're contradictory.
But you know, but you can still have him. You can still have Bardock. You can still have the character of Bardock still be this ruthless warrior character, as well as realizing, like, look, I kind of want to save our kid. As weak as he is, I think he'll be fine on this planet. There's not a lot of high power levels. He'll match up and be fine. Which is like the adaptation of Minus in Bardock, father of Goku, in Dragon Ball Super Broly is like the perfect mesh of those two things. Because instead of making him this super sympathetic character that isn't an asshole, you make him someone who is kind of an asshole but also is sympathetic.
Yeah, I mean you're right, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that like the Super Broly and Dragon Ball Minus didn't exist when that panel came out, right? And so it was clearly referencing the original Bardock special where he is an asshole and he's not very sympathetic and he doesn't really give a shit about his son. So it's like then Toriyama comes back and then he readapts Bardock to be his own version, and it makes this confusing mess of like what is canon and what isn't in this anymore. Or like Grand Kai doesn't ever show up in the manga. He's mentioned. Yeah. Piccolo says there's a Grand Kai, but we only ever see him in the anime. You know? And then there's things that outright don't make any sense. Like in the anime they say, Planet Vegeta was destroyed by its god sending a meteor to blow it up or whatever. And it's like fucking 3 episodes later we found out no, Frieza did it, and we never talk about that again, you know? And that directly contradicts the manga, despite the fact Toriyama gave them that information. So to say only the manga is canon isn't 100% right, because the canon in Dragon Ball has always been messy. It's always been
and I think the big
weird.
And I think the big takeaway from that is that, like, the canon in and of itself in Dragon Ball and like with anything is really just is really like what is determined by like kind of like the fans looking at everything and going like, okay, what works?
Yep. Fandom interpretation is what determines canon. Yeah,
because like in my opinion, a good mix of the manga and the anime, specifically the Kai interpretation of the anime, is the like Kai. It's in itself of itself is sort of like a good example of like it's the best interpretation of what is considered canon between both the manga and the anime, because it takes
especially if you're watching dubbed. If you're watching dubbed, Kai is objectively superior.
Yeah. So Kai is superior, and it's a mix of both the anime and the manga, and it marries itself perfectly. Because the reason why there's so much filler arc in the original dubbing of Dragon Ball Z is that like Toriyama was a notoriously slow, like by the seat of his pants writer.
Yeah. So he doesn't even know what's gonna happen the next.
They had 50. I think they had like 30 episodes or something of filler arc in the Frieza saga.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah! The Frieza fight in the anime is like so much longer than it is in the manga.
And like they trimmed it to 25 episodes in Kai.
Yep.
But they still had some issues in Kai.
They did.
So like it's difficult to justify cutting some things and not doing others, because like easily in Kai you could have, instead of 25 episodes of the Frieza fight, you could trim down certain episodes by like intercutting things, or just like hey, the Frieza fight is actually like two 1 hour long episodes, and then you have
That'd be cool.
And then in between those, you have what's considered the filler arc of like, oh, Gohan's trying to get everyone off of Namek, and then like the dragon and stuff, and all like the dragon and Purunga appearing and whatnot, and then you have the second half of the Goku Frieza fight.
That would be cool.
So like everything leads up to Goku. Like you start the fight with Vegeta's death, Goku fighting Frieza, then Goku discovering the Super Saiyan, and getting halfway into that fight before the 5 minutes thing.
I have to take a call.
All right.
Dude. I'm sorry. I will return.
Yep, no problem. All right. So while we plan on continuing that conversation, I'm going to get some fixing done because the game is fundamentally breaking right now. So let's see here. So I have this. So there's nothing for Heliarch and Farm, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to remove it, which sucks because it does fill in some spaces, but that's okay. These things happen very frequently. So remove and then remove this compatibility patch because it's no longer required. So because it'll be like oops, you're missing a master file thing here. And then I think the next thing I need to remove is War Zones, Civil Unrest. I'm gonna see if there's a compatibility patch for War Zones, Civil Unrest. Do I have this compatibility patch? Okay, and what's the easy settings patch here? Let's see, easy setting. Sorry everybody that may or may not be watching this in posterity.
Hey, I'm back. I apologize about that. Just had to get some medicine for my cat.
Yeah, no worries.
So we were talking about Dragon Ball and the Namek fight.
Yeah. So I think if the first part is like it ends with the 5-minute warning thing, and then you cut to Gohan saving Bulma, and then everyone getting off of Namek because of the Purunga wish. Then you cut back. Then that perfectly seamlessly cuts back into the Frieza fight with Goku, and then the finishing of the arc. That's 3 hours or 2.5 hours worth of arc compiled down into 3 episodes, and that's it.
That's really all you need, you know. Like if in a weird alternate reality where there are good Dragon Ball live action movies, there's a Frieza fight like that works well. That's like, you know, maybe 30 minutes long, like the Battle of Heroes in Episode 3, you know, something like that length maybe.
Yeah,
it could work for sure. I don't know. I would love to see Dragon Ball reanimated from the ground up, from Chapter 1 all the way to End of Z.
Sort of like what people assumed Kai was going to be.
Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah, like a better version of that for sure.
Yeah.
Eventually they will. They have to. You know, Dragon Ball is going to continue to exist for, it seems like, forever at this point. You know, if they do bring Super back, it'd be a great opportunity, instead of doing filler arcs, reanimate old Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
You know, I think it would work well. You'd probably have to censor a couple of things, and maybe you know, a lot of those Roshi gags haven't aged too well. But
I mean, they didn't age too well, but I think they could also be done different. They could be done a little bit differently to, like, it's an emphasis on like Roshi's character and like as a result of Japanese culture, because like those jokes definitely didn't age well. I'm not gonna fucking be a defender of creepy wise characters creeping on teenage girls,
but like, if you empowered Bulma more in it, you know, instead of just kind of making it Roshi, and like you made her like punch Roshi in the face, you know?
I mean Bulma in the manga is empowered as fuck, like
fuck yeah.
So like,
because there's less goofy filler to make it weird.
Yeah. So like you take that Bulma and add her into a manga narrative. That's what you do. That's all you gotta do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bulma's a great character.
She is.
There's a reason she's like still around. You know, she's in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. Gohan isn't in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie.
See, I think that was weird. So like, Team 4-Star had their I watched their spoiler review of Dragon Ball Super Broly again, and they're like, Gohan isn't even in this movie, and I'm like, is that big of a problem?
Not really.
Like think about it. Like Gohan's getting more time in the Super manga in the Tournament of Power arc than he did in the actual Tournament of Power arc in the anime. And in Super, the movie isn't about Gohan or the half Saiyans. It's about the pure blood Saiyans, the survivors of Vegeta.
Need to be there. And as much as I like Gohan, like, let's face it, he has officially been dismantled as the protagonist here. Goku is the main protagonist. He's going to continue to be the main protagonist. I don't hate that Gohan's not in that movie. Do I wish Gohan could have been? Yeah, sure. I mean, a Gohan Broly fight might be interesting, but save that for a sequel. Maybe we get a remake of Second Coming. You know what I mean? That doesn't suck terribly.
Like it would have been cool, but it's also at the same time it's not necessary. Like
it's not necessary. You don't need it. You know, the story works fine without it. You know, I honestly, like, if you put a gun to my head, I'd rather have more Bardock than anything.
You know, that's something I think that they should do with Super in another animated features. They should adapt what we see in Minus and what we see in Bardock, father of Goku.
Yes,
and
I know people hate the recaps, but I think this is one that would work really well. I think
it would work really well because we get more of... I want to see more of Saiyan society. I love looking at all the shit at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super Broly, because it's like you kind of get this hint in context that what Toriyama as a writer is hinting at is the Saiyans are a warrior culture, but they are a militaristic culture. They're not just barbarians in space. What they are is like King Cold invaded planet Vegeta, killed the previous leader, and then went, okay, you're the leader now. Because Vegeta is now Vegeta the Fifth.
The Fourth.
Vegeta the Fourth. So that means there were 3 generations of Saiyans before him, including his father. Which means that you could still have the arc of, like, the evil Saiyans that killed the original Super Saiyan and his companions in this divergent thing, but then it could be the evil Saiyans were killed, and some of the Saiyans could see King Cold as a necessary evil because, like, we're under the foot of somebody, but, like, we're at least better off than we were with those asshole, like, evil Saiyans. But then Frieza comes into play, and you're like, he's an asshole. What the fuck? Like,
if they give you a nice little hint there, and it's all you need too. When Cold shows up, and then Frieza's next to him, and Cold's like, he's even more heartless than I am. It's like, oh shit, this is the tipping point. Like,
and you can definitely tell
Cold has some sort of honor, some twisted version of it to him.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that because, like, he doesn't fucking have any respect whatsoever for our lovely King Vegeta, but, like, it's at least like it's a business respect. It's like, my son's gonna be a little bit more of a tyrant than I am, however. I want to retire, and I think he's perfect for the job.
Yep.
I also want to see more, know more, and learn more about the original Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God.
Yeah,
because in my opinion, I think they're one and the same. I think Saiyans are, as a race, are Toriyama being a fan of Star Trek in that moment, be like, I like the Klingons, let's make them monkeys, like.
Pretty much.
Because, like, in Star Trek,
a lot of Dragon Ball is just fan fiction, twisted.
Because, like, in Star Trek, it's famously known, and it's quoted in one of the seasons of DS9. Worf goes, "We Klingons used to have gods, then we killed them." Like, what? Gods exist in this world? What the fuck? You actually killed your gods? And you see in an episode of Voyager, you see Stova Kor, the fucking. The afterlife of Klingons, it physically exists. It is a tangible thing.
Star Trek is not afraid to get spiritual.
Yeah, and that sort of thing is like, I want to know what happened to Yamoshi. I want to know if Yamoshi is both the legendary Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God. Because, like, if you look at the legend, originally speaking, the original Super Saiyan had 7 companions that all supported him when he discovered the ability to become Super Saiyan. That sounds a hell of a lot like the Super Saiyan, the Saiyan God ritual we got in Battle of Gods, which makes sense.
it seems like they are one and the same, and that like Yamoshi discovered the Super Saiyan transformation and then either taught it to his friends or they also learned it from him.
I think maybe the Saiyans thought the Super Saiyan God was Super Saiyan, and that Super Saiyan was discovered as a consequence of that divinity being discovered through ritual, and that gift being passed down to the 7 companions.
Because they do use nowadays in like the post Battle of the Gods Dragon Ball universe, they use Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God almost interchangeably. Like when Frieza brings up why he's blowing up the Saiyans, he says it's because of the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God legend. They're like both of them at the same time. You know, so maybe you're right. Maybe they are kind of connected in that way.
Yeah.
I certainly enjoy it. I actually really like. First of all, can we just agree that Super Saiyan God should just be called Saiyan God? Because, like, come on. And then Super Saiyan Blue should just be Super Saiyan God.
Okay, so here's my thinking. So
yeah,
this was just a thing that just happened in the Team 4-Star just had their honorable mentions video for their DBcember stuff.
Yeah, well, I was watching.
So there was a big conversation in the honorable mentions about the placement of Super Saiyan God in comparison to Blue.
Yeah,
because people
Blue's not placement
for people thought that God is more powerful than Blue, but Blue is more powerful than God. I think retroactively what may happen, Super Saiyan God form is imperfect because it's the introduction to. It's still using the themes of Super Saiyan, but adding the calm, peaceful nature that is required to use God Ki or Kai Ki.
Yeah,
and Super Saiyan Blue is Super Saiyan usurping the peaceful nature of Kai Ki and adding more of the Saiyan gene to it. I think Super Saiyan God is something we still have yet to see. And I think
like a perfected Super Saiyan God, essentially.
I think what's going to end up being is a fusion of Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue, and turning it into something completely different.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Because the Super Saiyan God was defeated for some reason. We don't know. All we know is Yamoshi was killed by the evil quote unquote Saiyans. But what I think what could be a hidden narrative, which I don't think Toriyama is clever enough for it, unfortunately, is I think Yamoshi was achieved godhood and achieved something more powerful than the God of Destruction, and Beerus had to kill them. So
my God!
Beerus,
that is too clever for Toriyama, isn't it? Wow, that's good.
it would tie Beerus to being tie our understanding of Beerus's character as to why he supported Frieza to be the next God of Destruction, but then and being so enamored by the fact that there could be another Super Saiyan God, because the best fight this fucking cat has ever had and has never achieved again has been with the Super Saiyan God, and to have another fucking fight at that would be perfect.
God.
Like, it would be too clever. It would be too clever for Toriyama. I don't know if the person who runs Super would be able to do it, but like that to me makes sense in my mind. Like,
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's parts of it that I think maybe they don't jive with me a whole 100%, but I love the idea that Beerus killed Yamoshi or whoever the original Super Saiyan God was. I love that idea. I think that is perfect. That makes a lot of sense. And Beerus doesn't have to necessarily know that he is literally the Super Saiyan God. He just has to know that he's super powerful and he needs to die. You know? I think that is great. And you're right, that might be a little too clever for Toriyama. But he's got his Toyotaro, he's got his Dave
Toyotaro might be clever enough to introduce that, because Toyotaro's kind of done some changes to the Super manga. Like, I like the improvements that he does to Roshi's character in the Term of Power, because he uses pseudo fucking Ultra Instinct against Jiren.
So many people were mad at that, and it's like, I don't get it. Like, Dragon Ball is never.
He's 300 fucking. Like he's
power creep.
He's 300 fucking years old.
Important.
You're like Yoshi. Yoshi. Roshi's 300 fucking years old. He created his own key technique for his own school. He created his own martial art. Who's not to say he understands a proto-human version of Ultra Instinct?
Yeah, and we have it here in the real world. It's based on real world things.
Yeah, if you think about it, when you achieve nirvana or you achieve enlightenment, you basically are going Ultra Instinct. Plus, we have the scientific form of the theta state of mind.
Yeah.
So, like, when you enter the theta state as Roshi, you're entering a small form of Ultra Instinct. Because in the manga, I think it's supposed to be... It's the precursor to when all the gods of destruction stand up for Goku finally mastering the first form of Ultra Instinct. It's supposed to be like, wait, this dude is the fucking that guy's master? This guy is gonna master Ultra Instinct. Ah, no, he's not. He's not gonna do it. Then fucking does it, and it's like, oh, fuck. Everyone stands up and just, like, standing like...
He says, Roshi even tells Goku, because Goku's like, I need to get stronger. I have to get more strong. And Roshi's like, who taught you that? Who taught you that you need to get stronger? Was it Vegeta? Was it Frieza?
It was me. I kicked your ass as Jackie Chun, so you understood that you can surpass it, that there's not going to be any challenge that you can't overcome, but you need to fail the first time in order to understand that lesson.
Exactly.
Right now you don't need to get more powerful. You need to understand your enemy better.
Exactly.
And like, even though
dodges Jiren. Oh my god, it's fucking great. I love that.
Like,
That's good.
We're fucking weebing here. It's okay. So I'm going to remove Camp Argentum and Camp Vargulia because I want to keep war zones. So I think cutting down the number of NPCs interacting in that area will help. I've been looking at all the different mods that I have and stuff, and I'm thinking if I remove those mods, it'll be fine. Plus, I think it'll open up my ability to actually get some of these dungeon mods I wanted to get for Skyrim. So,
hell yeah.
Let's see.
I've been thinking about making another profile with some more of the quest dungeon stuff. You know, like I'd love to go through Moonpath. Beyond Skyrim, Bruma is like super popular. There's that Return of the Grey Cowl. There's a lot.
I think I have Return.
There's whole games.
I think I have Return of the Grey Cowl on. I think I do. I have to double check.
It's supposed to be good. You go to some Cyrodiilic city. It's way better than the creation, that's for sure. Not that the creation is horrible.
Let's see. I think Forgotten Dungeons was one of them because it adds a shit ton of dungeons to the game.
Have you heard of Enderall?
Yes, it makes Skyrim into fucking Dark Souls.
Essentially, yeah. It's a completely different game. It looks interesting. I'd like to try it, but you have to have the original Skyrim or Skyrim Legendary Edition, and that's Special Edition, and there's no port.
Yeah.
So, like, that kind of stinks. Looks interesting, though. Speaking of, I have I installed.
Yes. So I'm thinking tonight we're gonna stream that. I need to do some test stuff before that stream to make sure I can run multiplayer because it has a maximum of 32 multiplayer.
Set it up and like just go through that first bit so I can get like my hands on the game and then we can do co-op or whatever. How does it work? Is it Borderlands style where like you progress and I don't, or? Oh no,
everyone. So in the multiplayer, if you play single player, you basically can play your character sheet in the multiplayer. Though granted, in the multiplayer, whoever is hosting it, you can only 1% of the time can speak to NPCs. So there might be a lot of downtime because the game isn't that advanced. But but because of the increased multiplayer, I think it increases the enemy cap. So it's basically just gonna be a lot of gunfights and a lot of weird French shit.
It is really weird. I've known about I for a long time now, and I've wanted to play it for a long time now. So I'm actually really excited to get my hands on it finally and like have a reason to play it.
Yeah,
you know, because that's what I've been looking for. I've just been, I have such a long backlog. I didn't want to add another to it, but now, if there was any game I'd want to add to it, it'd probably be I.
Yeah.
Mandalore has a really great video on it.
Yes, I mentioned. I rewatched this video last night in preparations. I was like, "Yep."
That's funny. I was thinking about doing the same thing. I just never got around to it. I probably will go do that. But
it's like, "Yep, I'm doing this now."
I can't wait to fucking play it.
It's gonna be fun. I'm excited to see how people react to it because like it's a complicated game, but like it's still apparently it looks fun. Like
it's a little dense, but it's dense in the good way, not in the these systems are meaningless kind of way.
Yeah,
everything ties in, everything makes sense.
It's like poetry; it rhymes.
Jar Jar is the key to all of this.
Misa Jar Jar Binks. Misa lawsuit waiting. Like, oh no.
Oh no! No!
Oh no.
Oh god! Don't get me started.
No, that's it. That's all. That's all we're going with in that one.
If we go too deep down the rabbit hole, we'll never emerge.
Yeah, we'll never come out the other end. It'll be fine. Let's see.
Terrorist Jar Jar changed me.
Terrorist Jar Jar. When you put it like that, it sounds so bad. Like, and it is bad. It's just like, Oy. It's like in fucking Soul Eater when the fucking fairy just fucking about Excalibur.
Oh yeah, you fool!
Fool. Like,
Soul Eater's good. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember that was almost one of the few introductory animes I had. I mean, obviously I'd seen Dragon Ball and Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and all that other shit, but
the new
Soul Eater was one of the first ones I sat down and watched.
There's a new anime and manga that was released by the same author, and it ties back to Soul Eater because the Soul Eater moon's up in the sky, and it was like the last smash reveal in a finale of an anime.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sort of like how like the new manga and anime that the creator of Bleach made is tied to Bleach. It's kind of
deal. That's really good, by the way.
Yeah.
Is it Soul Eater not?
No, Soul Eater not is like the high school drama one. It's like it's a new thing that is like people are like, oh, it's not Soul Eater. It's like the same animation style, so it's great, and then it like shows the.
Oh my god, Fire Force? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Fire Force is tied to it.
I had no idea Fire Force was written by the person who did Soul Eater. That's crazy.
Yee.
Huh.
Alright, so I removed Camp Argentum and Camp Barglia. Now I need to see, added caves. Do I want to do the, so I got additional caves.
Bleach is coming back, by the way. Did you know that? They're going to animate the 1,000-year Blood War thing.
Yes, I know. I'm not looking forward to it.
Really? I am.
The big thing for me is I never really got into Bleach as a lot of other people at Spalding High School, and it shows because like
Fair.
If we're gonna talk about power creep.
Oh, Bleach? Are you kidding me? Hell yeah! By the time Aizen shows up at the end of like the third arc, and shit from there goes out of fucking hand.
They fight. They fight and kill God. That should tell you enough. Like that fucking show.
I have a complicated relationship with Bleach. I actually swore it off for a long time, but now I'm just nostalgic for it. I've kind of accepted it with all its faults. It's many faults. That has a lot.
My big thing with shows like Bleach is that like or manga or like media like Bleach is that like it's very it gets to a point where you either accept the fact that it goes all out, or the writer themselves goes, okay, we need to dial this back. I think if we roll this back to like Dragon Ball, for example, Dragon Ball had a really bad thing of power creep, especially in like the Buu saga, because Gohan literally gets his power ceiling broken by becoming ultimate spiritual Gohan, but it doesn't show. Whereas in Bleach, Ichigo gets every fucking possible best thing to happen to him, and no one else really gets the spotlight because it's shown in anime. But like Bleach started out with like, oh, all these people have different skills and different abilities, and they all complement each other, and then it just focuses on Ichigo there on out. Like Bleach in its own narrative, narrative goes GT.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you have a solid point. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
The thing with Bleach is, again, like as soon as Aizen shows up for realsies at the end where he beats Byakuya and he rescues Rukia. And Aizen goes away to Hueco wherever. Everything after that is a bit of a fucking mess. And it's one, because it's just not as planned out as all the other stuff. And two, like you said, it's a little bit too much of the Ichigo show. And when they do stop and they focus on other things, like there's that arc where they focus on the captains for a while, you're kind of left scratching your head like, okay, the captains are cool and all, but what the fuck is Orihime doing right now?
Yeah.
Where's Chad? What the hell's Uryu doing? Like, they're just like twiddling their thumbs essentially over in Hueco Mundo, where Ichigo solves their problems.
Yeah. It's like, why the fuck are we doing this? Why aren't we telling this story? Why aren't we focusing on these characters? All these characters are interesting. Like, it's sort of like...
They are!
Like, but that's the thing, though. It's like they didn't focus on them in a short enough period of time after they introduced them. Like, a really good example of a show that almost lost itself, but then it fixed itself. In manga that did that is Shippuden from Naruto.
Yes.
So, like, Shippuden did a really excellent job of, like, showing and featuring that, like, these... so, like, all these characters, like, the power creep of that show is evident in Naruto, but in Shippuden, you see and understand that all these characters grow with the rest of the cast. Like, they're all powerful to some degree. But, like, there is still the understanding that it is still the Sasuke and Naruto show. But it's also not taking away from those other characters and their development. Granted, I hate...
do things. They still get wins.
Yeah. Granted, I hate how the anime still has fucking extensive, like, unnecessary additions as far as, like, for filler.
God.
But
the filler in Naruto is unreasonable.
Yeah. But, like, it never, at least in my opinion, it never gets to a point where the power creep is so horrendous, like in Bleach, where I just want to, like, close the book.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Because, like,
if it did get to that point, it's not until it's ending, and it's ending. So, like, if you're gonna let power creep go off the fucking rails, let it be the end.
Yeah.
That's where it should go off the rails, right? You know?
Yeah. Because you're literally facing God. Like, you're facing the goddess who gave everybody the ability to like do jutsu.
And notice how it's at the end, not the middle of the story.
Because like in Bleach, it's not even in the middle of the story. It's like a quarter of the way through. You get these really god level characters that just do stupid shit. But then you get people like they are over gods. It's like Bleach is the prime example of shonen anime, like aping on like the One Punch Man tropes of like the power creep and like the ceiling of power only ever being able to be exceeded by the hero. And, like, One Punch Man, like, tells that story, like, very plain off, and you can see Saitama, like, suffering from that, whereas, like, Ichigo's just like, oh, man, I lost all my powers, my name must be Samus Aran or some shit, like... like, oh, no. But then he gets all his powers back, it's like, oh, my God, I'm tied to every single narrative conflict, factually speaking, ever. It's like, no, you're not this. Don't be like Goku, shut the fuck up.
Well, that's another thing too, is that Bleach kind of it's so good until it's that Soul Society arc with Rukia is over, because the problems aren't showing themselves yet. It's only in retrospect and hindsight you can go back and see them.
Yeah.
But like when you're following along and like right until that point where Aizen goes into Hueco Mundo and he rescues Rukia, it's peak shonen. It's so good.
Yeah.
And then from there it's just a steady decline. And it doesn't really ever pick itself back up. It kind of does when the 1,000-Year Blood War starts. Like, it has a strong start. It really does. You're like, oh shit, the Quincy matter. Oh shit, they're not Jews. They're actually secretly Nazis. That's interesting. And then it just falls to the same fucking problems. At the end, the same fucking shit happens.
Yeah.
You know, all the other characters end up being useless. Ichigo ends up being, he's also, again, a part of the enemy. And he literally kills God at the end with Aizen. And the worst part too is that it's rushed. There's a couple of fights happening while Ichigo is on his way to fight Yuha Bak, who's like the main villain. He's literally God. He's fucking Jesus. He's literally Jesus Christ.
He's Yewa.
And they just end. They don't actually end. They're just in the middle of the fight. And at the time, Tai-Dai Kubo was sick, but still, like, and that's really. Write a chapter where those fucking conflicts are resolved, at least, you know what I mean? And I think that's why I'm excited for the anime, is to see the ending get like the extra 3 episodes that it needed for it to work.
Yeah. Bree just got home. She went to her dad's and picked up my jacket. It's a heavy fucking bag. It thumped the ground. Ruthless. Now she's turning on the lights and doing all that shit right now.
That's okay.
Anywho, getting back to shonen tropes. Also, Gwen got back to me. They it's a migraine day for them, so I don't know if they'll be joining us at all. So that's fine.
That's okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think. I mean, I guess the big thing, like in comparison to like Dragon Ball or like Naruto, I don't know if the writer for Bleach had anyone else that was helping them do things.
He doesn't listen to his editor.
Yeah,
Editor
that's
is very much
that's
his own-
evident.
Yeah, he does not care. He even said when it ended and it kind of had a little bit of controversy, he was like, I wrote everything I wanted to write. There was never anything in this book that I was forced to make. And it's like, that's cool, and I like that he got his own vision out there, but he could have really listened to some of his editors, because they probably would have helped out a lot.
Yeah.
And it also is a little bit revealing, because it feels like, oh, you know, an editor must have said to him, make the Arrancar arc super long. And no, that he just did that. If anything, the editor probably told him to move on.
Yeah,
Get
where
to the Eisenfight
it's like I'm starting to get bored by this. Could you please move forward? Whereas like when you look at the reverse of that with like Toriyama, like the Cell Saga came out the way it did after the Android Saga is because his editor was like,
not even the editor at the time, his former editor was like calling and complaining.
It's like, dude, you need to why the hell are the bad guys a fatso and a geezer? There's gotta be more interesting people. Now they're just a bunch of fucking brats. There has to be something more than this. 16's kind of boring. Where's the real threat? And then it's just like, fine, I'll make you a Bugman. Okay, and then his real editor was like, okay, he's kind of gross looking. Can we make it? He has another form, right? Then he puts him in the second form. Now it looks like a fucking moron, and the Americans are gonna dub him to sound like a moron. Put him in his perfect form already. And Toriyama was like, fine, I will. And then it's just like, that's all you had to do, Toriyama. You've created like the perfect villain and juxtaposition to like the narrative.
Yeah. I think a lot of people miss, because a lot of people see Perfect... I guess I should say naysayers. Say Perfect Cell is just a copy of Frieza. And he's really not, though, is he? He's way more Saiyan than he's Frieza, or even, you could say, more Piccolo than anything. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see a whole lot of Frieza in him other than his evilness, you know? He's so much more Saiyan than anything. Like, he wants a good fight, he's putting on a big show. Like, he could blow up the planet right now if he wants.
He has the showmanship of Frieza, but like the imperiousness in like combat boner as Saiyan does.
Yeah, I think he's a great villain. I love Perfect Cell. But yeah, it goes to show you that listening to your editors can't help. And honestly, unless you know about the editorial shenanigans, you wouldn't really be able to tell that Cell wasn't always meant to be the main villain from the get-go. You know, I'm sure as a kid, I never once thought, you know, I did kind of think to myself, wow, the androids showed up real quick, and then Cell kind of overshadowed them. But I never thought to myself, you know, someone must have made Toriyama make a new villain. It feels so natural, especially since Cell has the time travel gimmick.
And that's sort of the big thing. It's like at the time, like Toriyama probably got it really into Terminator 2, so like it ended up with this time travel narrative.
Trunks is just John Connor.
Yeah, actually, kind of, yeah. Like
he really is. He even looks like him a little bit. You could tell he just got out of the theater and was like, "Oh, that's what I did space. Now I'll do time." Which might explain why the Boo Saga is so weird, because it's like, what do you do after that? Okay, let's go back to magic. But you don't really go back to magic.
Well, I mean, you
kind of have Babidi.
I mean, you can go back to magic. You just have to do it in a way that's interesting, and it's like and it grabs onto you.
I think the Moro arc did it really well. I love the Moro arc. I don't know if you've read it.
I haven't read it. I haven't really read much like Dragon Ball manga of late, but like I know that I know that the Moro arc in of itself is also problematic because it suffers from some of the things that that like Super as a manga overall has like kind of suffered through.
Oh yeah, it's not, it doesn't fix any of Super's problems, you know, but it definitely feels more Z than any of the other arcs that came before it. And that's not by coincidence. There's a lot of connections, you know, like you get to go to Yardrat and see how Yardrat works.
Yeah.
And like what Goku learned there, and a fake Zarbon shows up. So, you know, they're purposefully doing, you know, and Moro feels like a magic cell, and it's very much on purpose.
Yeah.
It works. I think it works really well, but, you know, don't get me wrong, like it's still got the same problem Super has. It's at the end of the day, it's deeply unnecessary.
Yeah. I think there's like a lot of that in like a lot of manga content nowadays, unfortunately.
Yeah, they don't want to end, you know. They're afraid to move on, you know.
Like
it's like you can't make a sequel series without being willing to do something different. But then you might end up with like a GT, and people might respond hostile. So it's hard. It's hard to find that balancing act. I think the best thing to do in situations like that is, instead of going slightly into the future, jump really far ahead or really behind. Do Goku Jr. Like, have him be Goku, except he's not Goku, so he can do not Goku things, and people won't fucking scream at their television sets or whatever.
I mean, like, but like, how much of that do you want to like actually like? Would you want to reintroduce into the narrative? Like,
it's a bit of an experimentation, I guess you could say. You kind of throw things until at the screen and see what sticks. Oh, look at the kitty.
Yes.
Oh.
The cat is perching. I can feel it. It's a balancing act right now on my back.
It's like Scratch in Dr. Briefs.
Yes. Oh, this is my pet pussy.
Can I lick the
pussy? Like fucking Android 16 and Team 4 Stars DBZA is like the best thing.
It's so good.
Kill Son Goku.
I want them to do Boo so bad. CJ, imagine, Boo absorbed Boo with Gotenks absorbed, just literally being Cell. Like, they literally just have him voiced by Takahata, and have Gohan be like, "Aren't you just Cell?" and have him like get angry.
You know, this was going to be fun. However, now you're making it absolutely fucking impossible for me to work under these pressures. All right, absorbing Gohan now.
It'd be so good. It would be so good. They could do so much with it.
I think honestly, what I would love for them to still do fucking what is it? BoJack, but I think they should do BoJack as a joke and not like actually do BoJack.
I said the same thing. I literally sent a tweet to Kaiser. I was like, you should do BoJack, but do it like the Kai videos you have. Just have like a 5-minute video where BoJack shows up and gets his ass kicked and fill it with memes.
They did Hellsing Abridged.
Oh, Hellsing Abridged is so good.
What was the first half of that again? I'm sorry.
Like they did One Piece.
Oh, so no.
They did One Piece for like a split second, and then.
Well, that was supposed to be a joke because they led that they were gonna do One Piece Abridged, and then they did Hellsing. The big thing with the BoJack movie is that it's kind of a bad-ish Dragon Ball film, but also it emphasizes. It also emphasizes like Gohan continuing on. Goku's mantle of being the protector of Earth and the leader of the Z Fighters. But the thing is
BoJack
that
has no plot.
No, not BoJack Horseman. It's there's literally a Dragon Ball Z movie called BoJack, and it's about the space pirate BoJack who is trapped inside of King Kai's planet. But then King Kai's planet and King Kai explode because of Cell being transported by Goku to the other world. And you see that in the anime and also in DBZ Abridged. They also reference BoJack being in the core of the planet in the during the Saiyan saga.
Shut up, movie BoJack.
Boom, boom, boom. Yar, let me out of here. Yar, put 100 zenny on the short one.
Yeah, the problem with BoJack, they said, and it's a fair point, is that there's just nothing to that movie. There's not a whole lot of to work
and what
with
you could do, and what you could do instead of it being like BoJack, it could be like you could call it like Dragon Ball Z, the bonus tournament arc, and then you end the movie with King Kai going on this like 2-minute rant of like about BoJack the the galactic pirate, and then being like, but unfortunately, when you came to my planet, you also killed him. Thankfully, I wasn't really one to master the Mafuba, so it wasn't like he was really imprisoned anyways. But you killed him and all of his crew, and then you have like an end credit scene where Gohan's just like, "Huh, I do finally feel like I've peaked," and then just instantly like pop and grow into a fucking teenager playing baseball. Like,
yes, exactly. I think that was the problem, is they were approaching it from the wrong direction. I still have the sneaking suspicion, and maybe it's just hope, but I really do feel like they're going to go back. They can't help themselves. They love Dragon Ball too much. They're going to sit there and they're going to stew on it. They're going to get hit with that lightning bolt of inspiration, and they're going to come back to it. I just know it. Kaiser can't help himself.
I think what would be interesting is like if not doing BoJack, instead maybe moving forward and just doing the Otherworld tournament.
Maybe, yeah. There's a lot to work with there. That's for sure.
I'm a devotee of Lord Thar. I exploded.
Whoa.
What the hell? The Mind of Lord Thar.
Light of the moon?
God, I vaped too hard. Fuck. Let's see what's up. What did I get? Like, I'm a devotee of Riddle Thar. What does that mean? What does that mean? Tell me, game. I can detect
What does
cats.
that mean? What do the
That's
numbers
adorable.
mean, Mason?
Mason, what do the numbers mean? Oh, I'm quite dirty. Okay. Beseech the mains. During a prayer, an ancient main will grant a blessing they believe to be appropriate for the challenges you are about to face. That's cool. Follow Riddlethar. Path elsewhere. All skills are improved 11% based on favor with Riddlethar. Cool. Ralith Kaj.
That's awesome.
Yeah, nice. Follower Riddlethar. Tenets of Riddlethar. Master skills of the warrior, thief, and mage. Strive to raise health, magicka, and stamina. Each is as important as the others. Pray only at night. Yeah, awesome. I'm a devotee of Riddlethar because I have an 108% devotion to Riddlethar.
Oh my god.
I am a paladin of complacency.
You also really need a bath.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do that right now. I prayed to my god dirty. I must wash the unclean. Wash the unclean.
I am unclean.
But yeah, I think I support Team 4-Star in the decision to not continue DBZA initially because they did get like a big major thing of writer's block as well as a lot of stress because of fan expectation, and because of everything, like they even reviewed The Last Skywalker and or The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker, and I feel like a lot of that is a really good example of like what Team 4-Star would have experienced if they tried to do anything involving BoJack Boo and the other movies without like being in the right headspace. Because I'd love to see Tapion. I'd love to see a big kaiju fight.
Too.
Like
me too.
But I'd also like to see them do Super.
Eventually, yeah. I think we need to have a little bit more time between the end of Super and now, but I would love to see them do GT even. I just love their style. It fits so well with Dragon Ball. Like
I feel like they could do GT in like 20 episodes.
Mhm. Oh fuck yeah.
That's all it needs. That's all they like. Because like you just focus on something that's important instead of making Goku a kid. You just focus on the Dragon Balls being abused. That's it. That's all that GT should have been.
Yeah.
Like they could do Baby, but like I feel like instead of doing GT episodic,
Baby ought to be like your android into yourself. Like Baby is the thing that the arc starts out with, but then the bigger threat, the Shadow Dragons show up.
Yeah.
Something like that, anyway.
Yeah. But like I don't even know if like GT will ever actually be considered canon or if they do something completely different. I honestly wouldn't mind them doing something completely different that takes some themes from GT. Like I think because of Dragon Ball Super Broly, there's hints that Super Saiyan 4 is a thing because of the Ozaru.
Yeah, I mean that basically
form.
is Super Saiyan 4, isn't it?
It's proto Super Saiyan 4 because like it's sort of like in the the Lord Slug film with the Proto Saiyan.
Yeah,
because Toriyama didn't know if he wanted to introduce Super Saiyan in that movie or introduce something that leads into it. He decided the latter rather than the former, which is which was a good fucking thing.
Because he got to use hindsight and kind of figure out what he did and didn't like.
So like a lot of the focus was on just character development and whatnot, which is good because like you need that. But like I think what they could do is in Super. I think maybe here's a thought.
That's cool.
Here's a thought. What if Super Saiyan God is Super Saiyan 4?
It kind of is, right? Because it's the
Goku defeats Shin Shenron in Super Shenron in GT in Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta.
Yep.
The Super Saiyan 4 is the Super Saiyan God. Is the Saiyan
Gogeta
God.
had red hair even.
Yeah, so Super Saiyan 4 is Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God is proto form of that. The Ozaru form is the other half of that equation. You put the two together, you get Super Saiyan 4. Then Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is the Super Saiyan God, and that's Yamoshi. That's
cool.
Yamoshi.
That would be cool. And then you could still retain Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta as like the most powerful character, because he was the strongest character in Dragon Ball for years.
Yeah.
For decades. And it was like not even a contest. Like it
and
was
arguably
so
arguably still so.
Arguably, there's really you can't really because
the proto Ozaru form matches blue.
Yeah.
So like it really is up to like a matter of like perspective and hindsight as to whether or not that's something they want to pursue.
There's nothing there isn't really a whole lot of direct contradiction in GT to Super. Most of it has to do with like power scaling and stuff.
Yeah.
But there's nothing saying that like these characters aren't operating at those crazy power levels, and that like maybe God Ki was either taken away from Goku and Vegeta somehow, or maybe they've absorbed it and they actually do still have it. There's no indication either way. So you can still slide it in there and make it work.
Just like, what the hell? Why can't we do?
I'd rather see them take the parts of GT that people like Super Saiyan 4, like Baby, like the Shadow Dragons, and just put them into Super and do something with them.
Because like the big thing with like things like Baby is that like I think like Baby is a product of that time and trying to ape on better characters. But the concept of some force coming and trying to revive Saiyan culture would be interesting.
Yeah. Use the motivations and maybe a little bit of that backstory, but you don't have to do Baby himself. Because Baby, if you think about Baby, he really is just Boo, Cell, and a little bit of Frieza, definitely Vegeta, just together. Like, just take every major Dragon Ball Z villain and put them in a blender, and you get Baby.
Yeah.
Which is why people like him so much, because he feels like a Dragon Ball Z villain.
But like he also is performed rather he's written and performed rather disgustingly and like not done justice for that level of villain.
Oh, fuck yes! Pretty much everything you can say that about basically everything in GT.
Yeah,
really great in concept.
Because the shadow
absolutely poor fucking.
Because like, the concept of the shadow dragons is cool, but you shouldn't have had 7 different dragons. It should have just been Shenron's trying to find the different parts of the Dragon Balls that are now scattered. And as a result, there are things that are getting all fucked because of that. You just don't have 7 different dragons that represent each ball.
You don't. You only need one dragon in 2 forms. You know, have it be like a Nuova Shenron kind of character, where you have some sort of sympathy for him, and then he turns bad. Something happens where he doesn't like Goku anymore, and then he becomes a Mega Shenron.
Yeah.
There you go. There's done. You don't need the 6 other fucking dragons that don't matter.
It could be like this, like so like Shenron, like Shenron gets weakened, or like some there's like a villain or something that comes beforehand, and then all of a sudden, this villain destroys the Dragon Balls, or like tries to destroy the Dragon Balls, and as a result, Shenron is weakened and brought into this like physical state, and that could be like, oh, Shenron this Shenron in reality is like a part of like the god who created the Dragon Balls. And it's like, I am a fragment of I'm one of many and one part of a whole. In order
Let's
for me
find
to
out
be
more about that.
in order for
a great excuse to do stuff like that.
In order for me to become whole, I need you to find the parts of the shattered Dragon Balls, so that way I can actually like, you know, come back to form. Yeah. And it could be in the middle of that arc before you get to like the Shadow Dragon arc. It could be like a villain comes into play, like a baby style villain,
like some sort of baby, yeah.
And then they're like, okay, we have all the parts of the Dragon Balls. Do we make the wish to save Earth from Baby, or do we make the wish to save Shenron? And then Shenron gets frustrated. It's like, no, you can save me. I can use my power once I'm restored to stop Baby. It's like, but then we can't use the Dragon Balls for another year. We can't handle Baby for a year. And then Shenron's like, look, you are all powerful enough to defeat him. You guys are trying to use me as an excuse not to do it. So do it.
Right, yeah.
And then it could be like, okay, fine. And then it's like, okay, fine. And then someone tries to use the Dragon Balls on Baby. And then Shenron just takes the Dragon Balls for himself. And then you get the Shadow Dragon.
Oh my god, that would be fucking sweet. See, like, that's what I mean. Like, there's that core concept in GT works so well. Take that, make it work, and then that would work. Because
then here's the thing. You make Shenron King Piccolo.
Yeah,
because Shenron was supposedly made by Kai, King Kai, by Kai, not Kai, fucking Kami. So he's made by the most pure good out of a Namekian. Whatever Kamikolo was when he came to Earth, Kami is the absolute good of that. So for Shenron to become Omega Shenron or Evil Shenron, Shenron has to commit a great act of selfishness or evil in order to do it. And him saving himself is considered, it could be considered to be an evil act because it's risking the rest of the world.
And the good thing with transformation excuse. Boom, just give him a power up right then and there.
Yeah, you just have a weakened form of what Omega Shenron looks like. Like, you don't have how Shenron looked like in the anime. It could be like a weakened form. Like, it could be like someone who looks like Kami or King Piccolo before he brings back his youth. And then Omega Shenron, not the one where you see the 7 stars, just Omega or Shenron Aziz and GT
something
is
that makes
Omega
you think
Shenron.
Omega Shenron, but looks distinct enough to be their own thing.
Hi, Nick. How are you? Nick's on the stream. But yeah, like there's so many things that can be done with that. Like, because like you don't need Goku going with Pan and Trunks out in space.
You really don't.
You could keep you honestly. Here's the thing, Baby could come from another universe.
Sure, fuck yeah.
I think we talked about that a while ago. Like, not even streaming. Like, Baby could just come from a different universe, and it could be like a multi-universe thing where like Hit could come in like fucking Soul Surfer. Like, there is a threat on the horizon, and I could stop it. And then you could and then you could bring back like the Justice Brigade with Jiren and all of them, and it could be like coming in.
Explore those universes.
Yeah.
There's so many that we haven't
seen. There's this universe spanning
nothing about.
And like, there's this universe-spanning threat that's coming to Universe 7, and then Frieza's just like, ha! You think you could take over my universe and bring him back?
I hope we do see something like that eventually. I've got high hopes for this next arc that just started. It looks like they're not doing any of that though. Toriyama has this really bad habit of introducing really cool concepts and then abandoning them.
You know, kind of like J.J. Abrams and Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams and Disney.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Not at all.
Hi, Damon.
There's at the very least, Dragon Ball is consistent. Even when it's abandoning all its fucking concepts, at the very least, it has that narrative consistency. You know, pushing it forward. You can't say that about the sequel trilogy. I have hopes The Mandalorian will fix a lot of that.
I think it is. We can't really talk about a lot of Mandalorian stuff because there are now people listening to the stream that have not watched it, so it's okay. But we can continue watching. We can continue talking about anime.
Yeah, I mean, people don't really care about Dragon Ball spoilers. It's Dragon Ball. That's the fun part about Dragon Ball is it's light and airy. You know. Yeah. It's worthy of discussion, but it's not so. It's not thematic and depthful.
It's not on such a high pedestal that it's like unreachable and untenable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on purpose too. You know, Akira Toriyama just like drawing gag manga. He just kind of ended up writing a shonen. Yeah. It's funny how that works.
You know that's one manga. That's one manga of his I wish kind of got a little bit more love was the one where the Desert Wasteland one that he had.
Yeah, where that Dabura character shows up.
Yeah. White River Watch.
I like that. Yeah, I think actually there's a lot of manga that Akira Toriyama has done that definitely need more appreciation.
I mean hell, we're getting
is fucking great.
I mean hell, we're getting a revival of the Shaman King as a new manga.
I know, right? Oh my god.
Or as a new anime, so like it's gonna finally get done justice.
Finally, I really love that their companies are willing, like studios will go back and redo. I mean, I'm watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood for a second time with Emma right now because she's only seen the original, and I love that they were able to like go back and be like, hey, let's follow the manga this time. Let's just do this again. Yeah. Let's do it as if we were following the manga from the start.
Let's do this with more feeling.
Yeah, exactly. Once more with feeling. Yeah. Not that the first anime is bad, mind you. It's just different. It's just its own thing that does its own thing. It's
sort of like the dick dub of Sailor Moon. It's not bad. It's just weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's its own thing, and it has its own personal charm. Plus, that Sailor Moon intro is amazing. Sailor Moon's interesting. I have this translator of Dragon Ball. What about Sonic? Jeez, it says. I don't know that much about Sonic, to be honest.
I know a little bit about Sonic. Oh god.
I can't say I do. I have a very surface knowledge of Sonic, believe it or not. I know BioWare made a DS game once.
Yeah. So as far as Sonic stuff, all I will really say about Sonic is that Archie comics are weird.
Archie comics are fucking weird. They have a great Mega Man comic.
Archie Comics made famously a really interesting take on the on Sonic, but the power ceiling and the power creep was hilariously imbalanced. Like, just there was no balance. There was no like anything to it whatsoever.
Archie comics have this bad habit of getting really good and then getting canceled.
Yeah, so like an interesting way to look at it. So like, Sonic is there was a death battle recently that came out this year, where they featured Archie comic Sonic fighting, I think the Flash. Yeah, the Flash.
That's cool. Does Archie comic Sonic go Super Sonic?
He goes beyond that, because Archie comic Sonic is
Sonic.
Archie comic Sonic is technically as fast, if not a little bit faster than the Flash, but because the Flash is the source of the Speed Force, he is. I think it was like Wally West specifically. So Wally West.
Oh yeah, then if it's Wally West, then there's no contest. He's got to win. If it's Barry Allen, then I can see.
Because Barry Allen is the source of the Speed Source, but fucking Wally West is like the master of the Speed Force.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, Wally is faster than Barry. We've seen this on multiple occasions.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to the Crisis on Infinite Earths, catching up with the fastest man alive in order to save his life, like shit.
Which is fucking sweet. I have some strong opinions about bringing Barry Allen back. I think ultimately it was a mistake.
Yeah.
It made sense to bring Hal Jordan back to life because they did him dirty, even though I like him becoming evil and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't fair that he ended up in the dirt and never got to come back.
Yeah.
And so seeing him come back was interesting, even if it did kind of fuck with Jon Stewart, who at that point probably deserved the title role more.
Yeah.
But bringing Barry back is kind of fruitless because for a long time he was just Wally with his name change.
Yeah.
You know? He operated like Wally did. He had that.
Damn it! No.
I don't know how he got the flash.
I died.
Still got that Saint armor on, huh?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's better than most of the armor because it's creation content. So it's like it's meant to be end game shit.
Yeah.
It's like fuck you. I'm aware.
Yeah, I don't. I have God creations. It's just blah.
Yeah.
Blah.
It's whatever.
Some of them I like, and some of them, even the ones that I like, I'm just like, why though?
Why?
Yeah.
Why do?
Why do? Yeah, exactly. For what purpose? I mean, I know for what purpose. It's money, and Bethesda secretly
money
was bleeding money. They were losing money.
Yeah.
Which is why Microsoft came over with slapped their cock on the table and bought them out.
I hope for a good Fallout sequel out of that, as well as a better.
God, me too.
A better done or pivoted plan of what they were already planning for Elder Scrolls 6.
I really do. I don't know. A part of me is kind of written off Elder Scrolls and Starfield. I'm very cautiously optimistic, but I
haven't written off Elder Scrolls because
at the same time, I have high expectations that Microsoft will let Obsidian make Fallout New Vegas 2.
I don't know if it'll be a Fallout New Vegas 2 or if they'll give Obsidian the reins to Fallout as a whole.
That would be interesting.
I think so if they own both Bethesda and Obsidian, they can like much like EA, except better and more organized, can give Obsidian the reins to Fallout as a product and as a project, and be able to let them handle everything themselves, as opposed to only letting Bethesda do it or handing off to some other company that hasn't made that game. Like EA's, like Microsoft is less likely to pull an Anthem than EA will
absolutely.
Again pulling another.
Microsoft
Anthem.
has problems in the hardware department, but not in the software department. Usually they deliver pretty hard on that. And they treat their developers rather well. I mean, Halo Infinite's been delayed all the way until next year. It was meant to be a launch title. That's not something EA would do.
You know, they'd be like, "What's release it broken and broken without a campaign?" Star Wars Battlefront, like.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Basically.
But
damn.
At the same time, I'm pretty sure like Infinite needs a pivot because like an open world, 13 years like live service plan is no longer marketable and on the table.
No,
like,
it shouldn't be Destiny. It ought to instead
honestly,
be Metroid. That's
okay,
what I think. Like, take that Metroidvania DNA and apply it to Halo, and I think it could work rather well.
Here's an interesting pivot for conversation. I think it'd be a good lead-in because I want to do a co-op Let's Play series with you in Halo.
I'd love to do that.
Let's talk about Halo for a little bit.
All right, sure.
Because like we've talked about before, we've talked about like theories and whatnot about the game. I think to avoid narrative stuff, I honestly think Halo Infinite, as it sits right now as a product, it requires a pivot to save it from falling into the Destiny plunge. Because Halo 5 like Guardians hit Destiny and it did it worse, and it didn't work.
Yes.
It tried to
clearly got its niche, and people are going to play Destiny if they want to play Destiny. They're not going to go to Destiny Light or Destiny Diet. You know?
Yeah, they're not going to go to Destiny. They're not going to go to Destiny Decapitated, aka Anthem. They're going to go to Destiny, because Destiny in and of itself is now the product that Bungie wanted to create because they now control everything in regards to that license.
Yep. Finally left their Activision overlords.
They bought out the rights to Destiny. So like Activision no longer has the majority shares in that trademark.
That's what I mean. They got out of that. So, basically, they're not slaves to Activision anymore.
I think the big thing that needs to happen, in my opinion, I'm going to do a quick save before this happens because I need to learn how to do quick saves.
Knock and she will fuck you up.
Come here, you thick bitch. There you are. So like, I think ultimately, like Halo Infinite need to go back to the.
She is thick.
Oh Jesus! What the hell? I didn't mean to kill this guy, but okay.
Whoops.
Oopsie daisies. It's fine. I'm gonna take your research notes. I'm gonna take these rolls of paper. Tamriel Giants. Okay, we'll take that too. That garnet. I think he was an additional NPC from like from Cutting Room Floor, maybe. So grab the fire salts before the explosion. There we go. Strategy. Way to go, Sarath. But like, I think Halo desperately needs to go back to Bungie's model of like pseudo realism. Halo Reach was a perfect marriage between the crazy looking way of human technology from the previous games, but also tying in some slight realism, mechanically speaking, to like what, you know, realistically speaking, what kind of technology might exist at that point in time in relation to ours.
Yeah, they kind of knew what Halo was at that point. They figured it out, like, okay, we understand now. Because there's a little bit of growing pains in Combat Evolved, which, in my opinion, is still probably the best Halo. I mean, I've got a soft spot for Halo 3, but as a all-around package, I think Combat Evolved might be the better experience. But there's still those little tiny growing pains. Like, they didn't quite know exactly what everything was and how it all tied together, because they didn't care. You know, there's no writer at Bungie. They just made a game. The narrative.
Well, actually, no. Well, they so that's actually, I know a little bit about this history. So Bungie did hire a writer.
Oh, I did not know that.
Eric Nyland, the guy who wrote the Fall of Reach novel, was the official writer they hired on for Halo Combat Evolved. And
did they just say, nah, fam? Or
no, they wrote the game. They wrote the story for the game. They did everything. They're the official Halo writer up until, let me see. I have my books over here.
I know he did Fall of Reach, and he did
Eric
another
Nyland
one.
did Fall of Reach. William C. Dietz did the official novelization for Combat Evolved as the Flood, and then Eric Nyland also wrote First Strike.
First Strike, yep.
And then the last book he wrote was Ghost of Onyx.
Oh, really? I didn't know he wrote Ghost of Onyx.
So Eric Nyland was hired originally as the official writer for the story and the canon, and then when Bungie realized they had something special, like okay, we have something that's it's gonna hit different. It's gonna hit different once it hits PC, but it'll also have a story and stuff behind it. Then then Microsoft bought Bungie and pivoted everything towards the Xbox, which then they're like, okay, we have to. Yes, Nick, fucking nerds, fuck you. Blah, 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 blah. And they pivoted everything and they refined the story. They still had all the lore and stuff that Eric wrote, and everyone else that was on the writing team wrote, but they refined the story for the console to be what it is.
More streamlined, cinematic, I guess.
More streamlined, more cinematic, but like not sacrificing the development that they did put into play with the game.
It was all there still. They still had that Bible.
Yeah. And that's the thing that like in Halo 4 is missing. Also look, Argonian skeleton.
Oh yeah, that's a beast skeleton mod. It's really cool. It's really well done too.
Alright, all the undead are dead.
The undead are dead. Are they?
Yes, they're re-dead.
Re-dead.
And I'm pretty sure this is a Khajiit skeleton.
Undead?
You can tell by the skull. Yep, that's a Khajiit skeleton. This is an Argonian skeleton.
Oh yeah.
He's just dead. Okay, he's bugged. It's fine. You can stay there, my sweet prince. And the ritual stone. Oh, an orc skull. I'll take that. I collect bones.
Oh yeah, look at that. Orc skull.
Anyways, so everything story-wise up through Halo 3 was a lot of Eric Nyland, and I think they switched writers after Ghost of Onyx. No, Ghost of Onyx was written in like his last contribution was the Spartan 3s in Ghost of Onyx. So like a lot of the stuff that is in Halo Reach character-wise, as far as the characterization of the Spartan 3s, comes from Eric Nyland's contributions in Ghost of Onyx.
That's interesting.
Like with the Headhunter program and everything.
In his Fall of Reach, you're following Spartan 2 they're essentially all Master Chiefs.
You're following you're following Blue Team. You're following Spartan 2s.
Right. Okay. I haven't played Halo 5, so I'm a little rusty on that. But
I mean, I remember Blue Team from the books. Like that's my only interpretation that I have on hand.
Okay. Because you're right. By the time they get to Halo 3, he's definitely not around. 'Cause Marty O'Donnell, of all people, had a serious hand in writing that game.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. You never hear about anything like that. You know, the composer usually doesn't have a hand in the story, but this one did.
Which is kind of where I think some of the problems come from, is that they didn't put a lot of the talent that was originally tied to the production of the games and the story and its writing in the right positions.
Yeah, I hope in Halo Infinite, because you do have that open world structure, they take the opportunity to see those lore bits and kind of untie those knots, or at the very least tie them up. Because I would like to see some of those things smoothed over and explained a little bit better.
So I think to kind of pivot back to my point, I think Halo Infinite being open world is a bit of a mistake.
I don't know.
I think a Halo game without the Master Chief would be great as an open world game. Don't get me wrong. I think because Master Chief in and of himself as a character he is so tied to the lone wolf story narrative with the AI companion that they need to end the story with him in a limited capacity, not in this endlessness. Halo in and of itself doesn't do well with endless gaming, doesn't do well with endless storytelling.
Yeah,
because that's not the kind of narrative they're telling. It's not like the Elder Scrolls or Fallout where an open world is paramount, but like also adding multiplayer to that is, generally speaking, could be a good idea if properly done.
Yeah, on paper it works.
Yeah. On paper it works, but for all intents and purposes, it's not performed. If it's not performed correctly, it can crash and burn, which Fallout 76 is a prime example of it kind of crashing and burning.
Yeah,
as well as making certain mods and stuff like canon now for technology, like the cross laser swords and whatnot.
Yep.
But that's like neither here nor there right now.
I think what if they did like a sort of like a Witcher style or like Dishonored or Hitman, like a hub world, open world thing. So like for Halo,
I think that's the thing,
and it's one map.
I think that's the thing they're doing, but I think that's I don't think Master Chief is fit for that story. Because the thing is that like Master Chief has always been mission to mission. That's always been the thing. Master Chief, your mission: discover what Halo is. Okay, yes, Captain Keyes, you did that in Halo 2. Assassinate the Prophet of Regret. Okay, cool. You did that, but now you have this other narrative. Chief, we need you. Chief, you need to stop. Yeah, finish the fight. You did. Halo 4. I don't know. We got the composers, the Prometheans, Didact. What the fuck is going on? Why do we introduce a late?
What the fuck is going on is right.
Why do we introduce a late game super weapon that makes no sense in regards to the narrative? What are we doing? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Like,
a lot of times when companies pass the torch off to other companies, you notice things like that, like trying too many things at once, not nailing down what it is you want to do and doing that one thing. It's almost like a lack of confidence, which you find so much in storytelling, modern storytelling. Is this lack of confidence. Like, well, if they don't like this, maybe they'll like this other part. Well, if they don't like that other part, maybe they'll like this other part. It's like, why don't you just commit to one thing, and maybe they will find that they do like it.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, Nick, Skyrim Online does exist. It's done poorly in a little game called Elder Scrolls Online.
Yeah.
That game's trying to do so many things at once. It's not even funny. It's trying to be like the fan service game, because like they had the Morrowind expansion, which tried to be like Morrowind, but it wasn't doing it well at all. And now they're going. They try to do their own version of the Dawnguard DLC. It's not being good. It's not being done well at all. And then they just announced that they're doing an Oblivion DLC with Mehrunes Dagon.
Played on its own terms, it works. Like when you play it as an MMO, you know, instead of an Elder Scrolls game, I think it works really well.
Well, that's sort of the problem, is that like Elder Scrolls in and of itself is an Elder Scrolls game. If you're gonna make an MMO, make that free, make it like make it like that. God, it's getting a pivot sequel now called Shroud of the Avatar, but Ultima Online. Make it Ultima Online, where you make your own custom class by the different like skills that you select and you make.
Yeah. God, dude. Fucking throwback.
Yeah. Instead of creating this narrative of like, instead of making the system of like, oh, we're an MMO first and Elder Scrolls second, make it an Elder Scrolls game in the sense of an MMO. So you don't have you don't have this restrictive class balancing. You just have people making skills. So it's like, oh, you guys want me to make you want me to get my cleric character out? Cool, I'll get my mage of restoration. I'll dust off my like mage of restoration.
System, yeah.
Yeah.
God, I wish they made games like Ultima Online again, because I never got to experience.
Lord British is doing Shroud of the Avatar.
Yeah, I've never. Is it a remake, reboot?
It's
like a WoW classic.
It's doing Ultima Online as he would have wanted it.
Oh my God! Lord Britain is
Lord British is doing it. He's been getting money for it for a while. Yeah.
I guess it's time to play Ultima finally. I own like GOG gave away like 6 of them for free, so I own like a few of them. That's interesting. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. I'd love to see something like that for Elder Scrolls.
But yeah, something like that for Elder Scrolls would have been good.
It would have been. There's a lot of that, isn't there? Like, I was just saying, like it's a fear of commitment. Like, we're an Elder Scrolls MMO, so we're gonna be very MMO-y and attract the tab targeting World of Warcraft fans, but at the same time, we're
gonna shun away all of our we're gonna shun away the actual fans.
Diminish both. You need that commitment. I love your book covers. They're so much better than.
It's because I have mods, bro. Mods.
Yeah, but mine's a mod too. It's Legacy of the Dragonborn, but it doesn't. Their book covers are not nearly as good as yours. Yours just look better. Mine look like books.
Yeah.
Mine
are book.
Enough. Yours are like extra.
Put my book in a book and call it fuck. Where the hell is this fighting happening?
I don't know.
Is it over there? Are you guys fighting over here? Do you need to run over here?
Oh, did you attract the slaughterfish?
No, I don't think so. A banned ice wizard. I'm not gonna fight you. Banned fire wizard killed my ass last episode. Not doing that shit again.
Brutal.
Yeah, it was bad. Let's see. Oh, is that trap triggered? Let's grab that. There's a random companion around here that I could recruit, and I was trying to find them. They were fighting. So there's Sarath. Where's the other chick? She had 2 swords. It was like, my rogue to my party. Yay.
Curved swords.
Is that you? No, that's a body. That's a corpse. This is a corpse. No, it's a person. You're just glitched. You're a mercenary archer. Huh.
Oh, is he the one that was setting off your thing?
I don't think so.
This is an awesome lockpicking thing. I've seen this mod, but I've never installed it.
It's worth it because it makes everything kind of better.
Yeah,
it makes it feel more lively.
This game was so constricted by consoles at the time. It's kind of sad.
I think there is a slaughterfish down there.
You know, that's really annoying. That happens even in the unofficial patch. I wonder if there's a way to just make slaughterfish not do that.
I mean, yeah.
The second they aggro you, they stay aggroed for, like, basically forever.
It's called underwater combat.
I am Alec. Hello.
This is Emma's partner.
This is correct.
Sheena, why are you're aggroed on the fish, aren't you? Let's see if I can shoot the fish.
I know I heard something.
Oh, it's right there. I see it.
I can't.
It's that little. Oh, it's a red squirrel.
Red squirrel.
Cause I added squirrels to the world, so.
Neat.
Neat.
And they aggro you from far away.
Yes, because if someone accidentally hits them, they just get really pissed and they're like, "I'll run away!" Even though
what do they drop?
I think just squirrel meat.
I guess it's good for Hunterborn.
It's not Hunterborn compatible because it's tied to Mihail's mods, so like they're getting transferred over from Old Rim. So like there's a lot of compatibility patches that need to be done.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And here we
go. All right. So what I got to do is I got to go turn on the oven and beat up the squirrel with my fire hands.
That's one way to do it.
And like that, I cook a squirrel. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
So raw squirrel leg. I got squirrel meat. Cool.
Angry squirrel. Angry squirrel in the chat.
Hey, you want to be...
What do you need?
You're my rogue. Oh, you called me handsome. That's weird. You're a furry. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay.
Isn't it weird that in Vanilla Skyrim doesn't let you marry any Khajiits? There are Agronians you can marry.
Here,
let the furries be.
Here at Bethesda, we approve of Scaly's, not furries. Oh my god, Nick. Yes, angry squirrel and then death. Yes. Traveler merchant, would you like my squirrel meat? I will give you squirrel meat.
That delicious
squirrel meat. Raw squirrel leg. There you go. And some wolf meat too. And some wine. The drugs are mine though.
And some wine. The drugs are mine. And that rhymes.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. There we go.
all right then.
Anyways, I think I am of the opinion that the narrative for Halo is better fit with a
linear experience.
With a more linear mission-based experience. If it was, surprisingly enough, I think it would be better fit if feel like I'm gonna hate myself for saying it. I think if Halo in an open world sense, if it had an open world map, if the missions followed a more of a Spec Ops thing from Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah,
well, like a Spec Ops mission
see what
thing.
You're saying. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that like I think it could work if it's open world, but secretly it's linear. You know what I mean? Where it's like it funnels you through certain things. People like to explore in Halo. They like to like break the game and see what they can jump on top of and find the little Easter eggs and stuff. You know, get that on top of the thing in Halo 2.
That thing is like that's a 3-foot ice spike sticking out of me. What the hell?
Look at that thing. It's huge. You look like you're got a Kamehameha to the chest.
Oh god, and I lost my new companion. Fuck.
Damn.
Wait, I quick saved. I should be good.
Oh yeah, see, look, that is a province of Cyrodiil. What is that? Is that from Beyond Skyrim, Bruma?
Yes.
Or from Grey Capital?
Yeah, Beyond Skyrim, Bruma.
That is awesome. That is a great map. And it has like even like soft holds and stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, all the different cities.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yes, Nick, I'm dead. Ha ha ha.
Flaw, you did. Furry lives matter. Not at here, Bethesda.
Yep, I was here. So Sheena should still be at that fort.
Why is the flame astronaut so thick?
I think it's because of the immersive creatures. I think it adds variety designs to the Atronachs.
Oh, okay. Why not? I mean, I don't mind the thick lava.
Thick lava.
I don't think you can get I know you can't get addicted to skooma, Nick, in the vanilla game. I'm not sure. Do you have any mods that allow that to happen?
I know there are mods that exist for it, but I don't think I have any of those.
Oh, in this universe, Crassius survives.
Yes, and in this timeline, I'm still gonna go kick this necromancer's ass. I still need to figure out what Hajmir does. I don't know what his skills are, because he's kind of like he's just punching things, and it's kind of useless. Like,
yeah, I remember he had the last time we played. I remember he had a two-handed skill that was high, but I don't know.
He's not using two-handed weapons or single-handed weapons. He just carries a shield and then he removes it to punch shit.
He's just hardcore like that.
Okay.
You should be able to get addicted to skooma in the default game. Now, there was a lot of in vanilla Skyrim that they went too far in the streamlined casual end of things.
Which is why I tried to add with mods more things that brought it back to Elder Scrolls.
Exactly, yeah. I think Oblivion was a really good medium point between like Morrowind's hardcore, rule set, like you got to do it this way. Here are dice rolls you might miss, and Skyrim's do anything you want, no consequences. Oblivion was like do anything you want, but there are consequences.
It was very empty.
Yeah, a lot. I think that's a problem with a lot of Bethesda games that aren't Morrowind.
Yeah, or Daggerfall.
Or Daggerfall. Yeah, that is fair. I don't talk too much about Arena and Daggerfall. Nobody cares about Arena. But...
I mean, I care somewhat. I haven't played it, but
I mean, I like the story well enough, but I know Daggerfall was like people loved Daggerfall. It was a classic. Part of the reason people even cared about Morrowind was because of how good Daggerfall was.
Yeah.
And it's got some good lore to it too. It's very Game of Thrones.
I got something new in this timeline too. I got a spell to conjure a skeletal warrior.
Oh, nice. You should read it in quick save.
And there's also a conjure skeleton spell here. And I still got my orc spell. Fuck yeah. Alright, let's see. I think I have spell books I can read, so I can get more spells.
Alright, CJ, I hate to leave you hanging, but I think I'm gonna call it quits.
Alright. I'm thinking, what time do you think you'd be up for some tonight?
What time are you thinking?
I was thinking around 6 o'clock. I could push it till a little bit later.
Maybe a little bit later, maybe like 7:30ish.
Yeah, because I know Josh was interested, and I want to message Eliwick and see if he's up for it as well. Because I want to do it as a stream, and just get a bunch of people that like some people that know about the game, some people that don't, and just get that mixed result of like what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, because there's gonna be some deep confusion. I mean, it starts out so hardcore with the literary references and stuff. It's like, here's this person lays murdered. I murdered him, but I did not.
Mighty steel greatsword. I'ma take that fucker.
All right, I'll text you around 7:30 then. I think I'm gonna start like for myself and like play through that first section just to kind of get my brain wrapped around it.
Okay.
And then we'll dive into some co-op.
Awesome. Sounds like a plan.
All right, peace out, brother.
Peace out, man. Let's see. Then, all right. Let's see. I think I'm gonna try solo wise. I'm gonna take one more crack at that fortress. See if I can get Sheena, and then. Maybe, just maybe, I can, let me see if I can command, more combat, archer there. Command stats, your combat skill for archery is 37. Alright, so, back. Oh, wait, Ajmer. Follow, command, more, combat. Yeah, I'm gonna make you archer. I'm gonna make you my heavy ranger. There we go. Alright, guys. Warzone. Okay. So this is a war zone. Alright, so guys, I'm gonna try to do this fortress thing again. This time with emphasis in more bravado, if I can. We'll see what happens.
If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim.
Not a lot of roleplay stuff happening, mostly just adventuring and conversation, which is kind of like the way this stream rolls for the most part. So meant to be a very casual play thing. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, hi, Skelebro. Why are you wielding that crossbow in such a weird way, bud? Shaky Bones, no! I will not allow you to dance. Novice Ice Mage, I have fire hands! Hi, Orc.
Better not set anything on fire.
No, I just set a body on fire. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of here, except for the unknown and me while I'm dangerous. No, you can't. There's no addiction system in Skyrim proper. There are mods for it though, because it is a thing in the lore that people who are not Khajiit can get addicted to skooma and to moon sugar. So realistically, me playing Rajan the Khajiit is the best possible option for me to just do skooma. Because skooma is just refined, cooked down moon sugar. Like, alchemically speaking, so... No, don't bring down the hammer of Disney upon me there, Nick. I can't be having that. Why the hell? Give me my Nordic carved hammer, you fuckface. I praise Riddlethaw! Headbutt! I cast headbutt attack, I kill you. Give me your crown, fucker. Let us go. This one's name's Rijad and I am bold. You shall burn in the fires of your own contempt. Oh shit, hello. Let's see, drink some potion. That guy has a katana. Lots of archers this time. Oh, thank you, Hajmir. Let's see. A claymore of souls. Excellent. Let's do this. Let's see. Stamina. Let's go here. Heal. There we go. And then let's go back to the weapon. Actually. Oh, it does more damage. This does 37, this one 47. Okay, difference of 10, that's fine. There we go. All I know is kill! Let us go, bug friend. Murder the enemy. Oh, you'll murder me? I'll murder you. No, you. Oh, it's I have the music over. I have a complete music overhaul, which adds in like 10 hours worth more of music to the game. So it just adds like a bunch of like previous titles worth of she was just kind of staring at me for a little bit, just not. Ah, fuck! The ice mage, fuck! Out of nowhere, from the back. Not all Khajiit speak in the third person. That is what they do. Rijan speaks as Khajiit speak in Imperial Common. That is what they do. That is how they speak. The fact that you are trying to erase that in and of itself could be considered racist. Oh, well, first of all, the first one I killed was Elsa. The second one was like Elsa over in the original script. So let's not even talk about that. Fuck. All right. I want to complete this. I need to do this. I need to. All I know is I must complete this before I end the stream. I have 20 minutes before I take a break for some dinner and get ready for Divine Cybermancy later. So let's see. Also, the music in this also adds ah, shit. Get in my way. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to clear that fortress because like oh god, there's a clan fear. There's a clan fear. All right. Let's do this. New enemies to fight. New NPCs. Daedra, come forth. I shall kill thee. Gotcha, bitch. Nice. Ice spikes. I need that. More than you. Let's see. Take your arrows. I'm gonna leave you be. Let me go over here, see if we can get that oh! A Storm Mage adept. Flames. Fuck you, bud! Fuck you, bud! Fuck you, bud! Fuck you, bud! There we go. Alright, and there we go. Oh boy, alright. Yeah, it's a Daedra form of Daedra called a clan fear. It's a common conjuration that exists in the Elder Scrolls universe. Also, a little hint at some things that make Skyrim a little bit easier. Blunt weapons are hella better than any other weapon at killing skeletons and undead. Rijan does many things. Winning is one of them. When the game is not stacked against him. Let's see. Let me grab this orc skull. Because that is mine. No one else's. Take that. Ooh, a bow of shocks. I'll take that. Jesus Christ, Sarath, calm down! Goddamn, woman. Fuck. Jesus Christ, okay. Still a dead Alec here, bro, over here. Let's just... I'm gonna just take his backpack, do that. Take his gold, cool. Leave the rest of it be. Who are you? Oh, you're a Stormcloak mage. I don't like you. Y'all are fuckos. Where's Hajmir? Hajmir, hello. Talk. Wait, no, command. More combat. Want you to be archer because I need range. Command trade. I'm gonna give you the bow of shocks. Then give you, I think I already gave you a shit ton of arrows, so you're fine there. I'm gonna give you this heavy backpack so you can carry more. Yeah, hail the fucking Empire, because fuck the Stormcloak Rebellion. I don't know why people are like, all like, Herkadur, the Stormcloak Rebellion, that's where it's at. They're the true sons of Skyrim. The Nords have always been simps for the fucking people who can conquer them in Cyrodiil. So like fucking Skyrim is for the Nords, but only when the Nords have a Dom that can Dom them properly. That's how that works.
I take hardcore offense.
What'd you say, hun?
I take hardcore offense to that.
Why? You a daughter of the Stormcloak Rebellion?
Yes.
How dare? How dare? How dare you?
Fight me.
No, not right now. Oh, Damon likes the Stormcloaks. He said fuck you. I'm sorry. Well, where in the dialogue does it say that the Stormcloaks were right? Every single dialogue that is spoken from other characters puts the Dragonborn as the bad guy if you support the Stormcloaks. They're all wondering why you're supporting the rebels. And plus, the rebellion is the thing that's helping the Thalmor win the Second Great War, even before it begins.
See, and that's the only reason I don't support them in game.
Yeah. So if you could, if
Because the Thalmor's a bigger cunt than the Empire.
No, the Empire is right. The only way mankind's gonna survive any Second Great War with the Aldmeri Dominion and the Thalmor is if all of mankind is united together with the help of the other races that they've allied with. So it's not a matter of correctness in regards to civil war. It's a matter of who will actually win the next fight. And the Empire are the only ones that have been ever been able to get the High Elves in check. Sheena, you're here! Hello, Sheena. You shall join my party as soon as I defeat these bandit assholes. Oh, shit. Fuck. Fuck nuggets. No. Fear Striker? Who is Fear Striker? Right, let's see here. Yeah, the Thalmor are cunts because they're the true villains of the current Elder Scrolls narrative. Fear Striker, you are dead. I killed you. Die, Fear Striker. Oh, that guy is a this guy is a named fucking bandit. Fuck. I am winning, technically. I'm gonna get Potion of Regeneration, Potion of Lasting Latency, and Magicka. Bah! Jesus Christ, Sarath! Oh, I'm gonna die. Gorehound Cutter. Okay. I think I have a heal. I have a heal other spell. Let me go to my restoration. Fast healing, healing hands, healing target. Yeah. Let's get that on favorites. Redeemer Shield, Sunfire, Infect Life. Let me do this. I don't have enough magicka. Fuck. I need a drain magicka spell or a poison or something right now because I'm not gonna last without more magicka. At least when it comes to the present way I fight. Bandit dead. Mage, get over here. I'm gonna hit you. You are allergic to melee. Done. All right, dead. Elven Bow of Diminishing. I will take that and take your shit. All right. AL. Let's see. You are right. I should quick save. There, quick save done. So I don't fuck up. Or fuck up more. Elven Greatsword, take that. Potion of Stamina. Outlaw Mage. Take ingredients. Right, let's grab this shit in here. Trap's already been triggered. Doesn't matter. Grab that shit. Oh shit. Filter of health. Minor healing. I pushed him off the edge. I am... Did I level up? No, I have not. Okay, so let's go here. And see. Elven Bow of Diminishing. With Hunting Bow. Good. Coin Purse. Potion of Minor Healing. Alright, guys over there. Hajmir and Sarath are weak. Got you. Gotcha, bitch. Fuck! That fucking ice mage! Son of a bitch! Good thing I quick save when you told me to. God fucking damn it! Oh, damn. This is a hell of a fight. I don't like this. This is gonna... alright. Let's readjust to get ready for this shit. This is not gonna be fun, not gonna be good. Oh, fuck. Alright. Let's see. Oh, this shit again. There we go. Do I have a staff of ice spikes? Let's use that for a little bit. Oh, and I can also, I think I can summon, almost summon that skeleton. Potion of Minor Healing, Stamina. Oh, fuck. Band Ice Wizard out of nowhere. Coming in with the steel chair. This bitch. No, wait. I have Bow of Diminishing. Use that. Does Magicka damage. That's what I need for this fucking asshole. Okay, Magicka. Go. Magicka damage. Draw forth. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Fuck. I gotta start using that. Yeah, I gotta keep quick saving. I know. This is just a shitty fight. Alright, come on. Let's go. Alright, so, let's go. Items. Bow of Diminishing. Unfavorite that. Get that up equipped. Steel arrows, though. Fuck! She comes out of nowhere and just destroys you! And, no, I'm not gonna get caught in the death loop. The big thing is, like, I just need to, like, be better at moving and be more mobile. The problem is that, like, she just kind of comes out of nowhere and decides to kill me if she wants to. So let's get that equipped. Let's do that. And then let's run the fuck away. Expelled college student. Let's grab your stuff. You might have some things. Oh, ponder. Magical regeneration. We'll do that. Alright. Get away from this fucker. Nope, no, no, don't target me. Healing. Cast. Good. Thought I favored that fucking bow. I didn't, son of a bitch. Alright. Shit. This is hella bad. Fuck. Alright. I don't have anything like that. I can't go for her first because she's really fucking powerful because she gets an ice shield spell. She triggers that first and that prevents any further damage to be done to her for like a decent period of time for as long as she has that spell on. I think it lasts 2 minutes. So equip that. Not gonna equip that. Fuck that. Get my bow, my arrows down there. Eat that. Alright, and then let's go in here. I think this is next best step because I can at least get myself away from that part of the fight. Oh shit, someone was using a nice spell on me, but from that distance potion of impure thing killed me. Cool. I can't hire much. I'm also in the middle of a fight. If I run away, my companions will still fight. I gotta beat them. I'm put myself in like a no-win scenario, and I need to get myself out of it because I can do it. It's just gonna take some fucking time. I just gotta put my mind to it. Let's see. Let's get. Alright, so let's drop that. That's not gonna help me. Let's do that. Run into here. Grab the minor healing potions. Use those. Grab the wine too. Get the shit that's from in here. Go. Let's see over here. There's a guy up in this direction, or at least he was there. All right, so now I'm out of that fight for a little bit. I can. Oh, archer. All right. So what I can do now is bow of elven diminishing. Oh. Oh, there's some stuff up here. Cool. The problem is that my character isn't spec'd for one-handed combat, and I have a mod called Ordinator, which makes the perk trees a lot more difficult to get to really good levels. Like, even though I'm like level 11 or 13 or something, like my skills themselves are not that high in regards to the perks. So I'm kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place right now until I can like solve this issue. Cake and the Diamond. I haven't read that yet, but not giving me much. Empty wine bottle. Take that for water. Take that. Got that one. That fucker just can't have endless amounts of magicka. That's not how this works. Alright, let's diminish your magicka further. Oh, don't fucking dodge. It also doesn't help that I have a mod that increases the AI intelligence of the enemies, so like they actually use tactics and will be harder to kill in the long run. Again, Nick, I don't have the stealth kills as a heavy armor fighter to be able to just auto kill everything. I've made the game more difficult by giving it challenge. So like not everything is done instantly like it is in the vanilla game. And I am dying. Fuck. Extra magicka. We go healing. Counteract the damage effects. Oh my god. Fuck. Alright. Elbow of diminishing. Anything in the cabinet I can grab? No. Oh, fuck. Alright. This bitch came from downstairs. Alright, I can charge her, I think. Got you, bitch. Alright. Cool. Alright. Another bits of the assassin. Grab that. Lightning bolts. That actually can help. Cool. I can't hide if they can find me. Like, that's the problem. Is that if I don't have a high enough stealth skill, I just can't hide away. I'm not late level at all. This is very early gameplay in this mod playthrough. So like the challenge exists because I put the challenge there. So now I have to sleep in the bed I've made. But like I think I've got this. I think I got it at this point now. Let's see, healing, good. Okay, let's see if we can aggro this bitch. Oh, yes. All right. Yes, essentially it's get good at this point because I'm currently basically relearning how to play the game through like a dwarven bow of freezing that doesn't do much. So that does 33 points of magic damage. This does 44 points of damage, frost and stamina. All right, let's grab that. Use that. I'm gonna quick save. Quick saving, good. All right, minor potion of healing, cool. The Ransom of Zarek, Dormant Inquiries, nope. Weak Paralysis Poison. That might work. Let's see. Put that on. Now I gotta charge across the bridge again. Let's drop a potion of minor healing. Ah! This bitch is right below me. Alright. Damn it, I missed. Damn it! Alright, good thing I quick saved before. I got that quick save in. She might be, but it'll be a hell of a fucking experience boost when I fucking kill her. And maybe she might be a bit too strong for the paralysis. It is a weak paralysis poison. I pick it up over here. Alright, let's see. Actually, instead of that, let's see. I'm gonna heal. Gotta quick heal. Back to full health. Let's pull this out. And then use the poison. So the target gets paralyzed for 3 seconds. That's all I really need to lay in some damage for a little bit. Because it gives us a bit of a respite and enough to, like, people just dogpile. Shut the fuck up, you banned ice wizard. Shut the fuck up. Alright, got you. Jesus Christ, there's 2 wizards down there! No! Ah! Alright. Alright, 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 okay, 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 okay. Here's an idea. Can't not use this while in combat. Can I use it now? Yes, I can. Awesome. Let's see. Damage, health damage, magicka, regeneration. Ravage magicka, ravage magicka. Whoop, whoop. Give me a bunch of these. Damage magicka regeneration. Yep. Give me a bunch of those. Good. Code alchemy. Got a bunch of poison now. There's 2 Elsas at this point. It's fucking stupid. Alright. Do I have... I'll do that. Pull this out. Hi, Sarath. Where's Hajmir? Is Hajmir dead? Okay. I think I'm safe. For now. I don't have the ability to make a resist frost potion. I think they've stopped. Where's this? Where's Sheena? I need a companion make. A companion make. That was the point of this. Get another companion. Where's companion? Companion. Hi, Hajmir. There you are. Hi, Sheena. There you are. Your friend. You're now friend. Make friend? Make friend. Cool. Follow me. You are now friend. I have friend. I have friend. I've completed my goal. I'm going to go change the flags on this place so Whiterun can come and take this over, so next time I roll through this isn't much of a fucking problem. Let's go do this. I didn't notice the resist frost thing, plus I think I would need like a really strong potion of resist frost. Like these guys are no fucking joke when it comes to like them being absolute assholes. I'm gonna take their fucking steak. I'm gonna take all their ale too. Fuck them. All right, where's the fucking fucking flag on this place? Where is it? Oh, it's right there. All right, I'm almost there. Almost there. Come on, get that. Oh, take the steel arrow too. Come on, CJ, don't fuck up. There we are. And Whiterun. This place is now in the hands of Whiterun Hold. Good. Done. Done deal. Dunskies. Quick saving. God damn. Ugh. Okay. I've done it. I've done it. I've wrapped my bacon in pizza and called it fuck. Oh, Leech's life. Cool. 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 Done. Oh my god. Okay. Grabbing some wine and running away. Because all these guys got fucked over by those ice mages, and it's really evident that they're like the Elsas just walked across. The game was like, we are too harsh on this poor bastard, and decided to give me some peace. I'm currently taking that opportunity to get the fuck away. What the fuck now? Oh, an avaricious miner, at least you are killable. Hi bud, how's it going bud? Hi bud, Ravager Magica. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Yeah, I'm not dealing with those fuckers anytime soon. I'm not gonna fuck with that. I'm not about that life. Oh. Nope. 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 Not ready for that yet either. Nope. 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 Gonna talk to Sheena. Go to more. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Stats. Combat. What's your combat like? You one-handed is good. Your block is good. Your archery is good. Cool. Back. More. Combat. Back. I like what you're doing now, so you're good to go on that. I'm not going to that dragon. Fuck that. I'm not dealing with that.
Yes. Take a look.
I'm just gonna talk to this guy. What do you got? You got a draw to resist cold. I can resist 30%. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Cool. Hi, bud. Thank you. I'm gonna take that too. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to Whiterun. I'm gonna get myself a better weapon. There's a dude that's selling some Skyrim weapons from the wonderful wonderful coastal island of Solstheim. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make that the next episode. Oh no. Okay, Rajan the Bold ends this episode with finally figuring out what the fuck Hajmir wants to be, and with a new companion, Sheena, because Rajan's twin brother Rajan died, and Sarath is still angry. Okay, I'm gonna save again so I don't fuck up. There we go. Alright. 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 Okay. 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 Oh my god, that was stressful as fuck. I didn't want that. I didn't need that in my life. That was just no. Just no. No. Alright. So. Alright. So I'm planning later to play some I Divine Cybermancy, which is a really weird French-made, a French-produced RPG game shooter using the source engine that famously produced Half-Life. Wow, I got so stressful the camera moved on me. So that'll be up for later. I just gotta make sure that people are gonna be up for that. So thank you for watching, and hopefully the next time I go and decide to do play Rajan the Bold, I won't be dying for an hour. All right, bye for now.